wife are members. He was called from Russia to come back to New Orleans to accompany. Now this is 05. This is August 05. Okay? He was called back to accompany George Bush and President Clinton. The last two and Obama go to New Orleans together to shake hands. Now my question to you is, why is it that a little known black senator from Chicago, and he's not from Chicago, he moved there, we'll get into that later. But why would a little known state senator from Chicago be told to go to New Orleans with the last two U.S. presidents? You do the math. It's because they chose him before you knew him. But the problem is we don't think. The propaganda of the media speaks up black people every 4 years, and we fall for the same nonsense every 4 years. So if we thought that Bill Clinton was a black president, they knew if they gave you somebody who was a half Negro, you would really lose your mind. Right. You would really lose your mind. And by the way, Bill Clinton has been inducted in the Arkansas Black Hall of Fame. He's the first white person in history to be inducted in the Arkansas State Black Hall of Fame. Yes, he is. Show me a black person in the Jewish Hall of Fame, Italian Hall of Fame, Polish Hall of Fame, Anglo Hall of Fame, you won't find it. Arab Hall of Fame, Asian Hall of Fame, you won't find it. But when you go back to our history, be it slavery or colonialism, because not everybody suffered from slavery, but everybody went through white supremacy, one of the chief things that we've been taught that we never got out of, and the number one goal of slavery, colonialism, white supremacy is to turn the victim into a willing accomplice in your own extermination. Turn the victim into a willing accomplice in your own extermination. I read an article the other day. They said by 2050, white people will be a minority in America. Okay? By 2050, Hispanics and Mexicans and Asians will outnumber white people. So what? They have been a minority on the planet since the beginning of existence. What did it have to do with the power differential between Africans and Europeans? Nothing. Numbers don't mean nothing unless you put them to work. They have always been a minority. But who runs the economy? Nobody but them. White males are 46% of college-age students. 46, that's less than half. But they are 96% of the CEOs, 96% of the principals, 95% of partners at the law firms. So when you look at white supremacy, it might change shape, it might change form, but it never changes substance. It never changes substance. And the problem with Obama, with black people, is that we can't look beyond the surface of his skin tone. Nobody bothered to ask who dressed him up and put him out there. Are you not aware that this man in 12 years, which makes him the fastest of all time, went from a little known state senator in a heavy black district of Chicago running for the presidency? Running for the presidency. He's been in the Senate for 3 years. He's been running for president for 2 of the 3, which means he only been doing work for 1 year. What black man you know could run for president of the United States and have only been active as a senator for a year? Why is it in 2004 the Democratic National Convention gave Barack Obama the keynote speech? He was only a state senator. State senators never give keynote addresses at the political national convention. Not even the white ones. But he did it as the state senator of Chicago. Why? Because they chose him before you knew him. And by giving him the 04 speech, it guaranteed that he would beat Alan Keyes for the U.S. senatorial spot from Illinois, and then the rest was history. See, when Obama moved to Chicago, he tried to unseat former Black Panther Bobby Rush. Bobby Rush blew him out the water in the election. He told him he would spank him and then spanked him. In fact, he said something to the fact, who the hell does white boy think he is coming into my district? He don't know the first thing about black people. He was raised as a white man. And then he spanked him. So the Democratic Party stepped in and said, he's not going to make it if we leave it up to his own measure. So they gave him the DNC keynote. And so he didn't even have to worry about being a state senator no more, because in a few months he was running for U.S. senator. the third in history. Now, when we look at the financial backing of Obama, you see that his #1 campaign contributor happens to be the only bank on Wall Street that hasn't floundered. Goldman Sachs has given Barack Obama more money than everybody else put together. Most of his contributions did not come from poor people on the street. It came from rich, white, old money. Rich, white, old money. Don't listen to what they tell you on CNN. CNN is owned by the corporations. You got to do the research. Why is Goldman Sachs the most powerful bank on Wall Street, the United States chief investor abroad? Why are they putting so much money behind this half-Negro? Why? Because they know that the families that run America have been eyeing Obama for the past 4 years, because they see something in him that would allow them to take white supremacy to the next level. Because black people in Asia don't think no more than we do. And black people in Africa don't think no more than we do. In fact, I gave this same speech in Nigeria 3 months ago, and they looked at me like I was crazy. You got Obama maniacs in Africa too, who think that if Obama is elected president, he's going to stop the World Bank and International Monetary Fund from stepping on Africa's throat. You got black people in America, although he hasn't said one thing about us this whole 2 years, he ain't mentioned black people. But we think that he's going to change the schools, even though schools are run by the state. We think he's going to do something about prison, even though prisons are run by the state. In fact, most of what affects you on a daily basis is state sanctioned, not federal. And there's something called states' rights that evolved during the civil rights era, where the government in D.C. is told to keep their hands off certain things. But even if he could, Barack Obama isn't interested in helping black people because he don't see himself as that. Biologically, he might be an African, but consciously, he's all European. And we fail to realize that. If you take out the fact that his father, who he never knew, was a Kenyan, you get a white man. Trained at the best schools. Grew up in a middle-class neighborhood. And when you read his 2 autobiographies, and most Obama maniacs have not, he tells you clearly that I'm not for affirmative action, I'm not for reparations, I'm not for an apology for slavery, which he reiterated last month in a what black man could be against reparations, against an apology for slavery, and against affirmative action? To be against
Welcome, family. Now, I know you must be getting right sick and tired of me doing reactions to, but given the circumstances of what do I usually react to, certain stuff I just, that I would want to react to every Sunday, Monday. I mean, it's comical, but yet at the same time, it's the same boring ass stuff every other week. Every single week, it's like, what? It's stressful. But I do want to give a shout out to Shish Trish. Smash. She said, paraphrasing, giving your energy to the wrong crowd tends to drain your energy. I mean, you're a follower. You're not a leader. You're a follower, and I second that. So instead of being a follower, I'd rather march to the beat of my own drum. I would rather do that. So if that means me doing Umar videos every other week, that's what I would do. But I do have some another person in mind, and she has been on YouTube for at least a couple of years now. I would like for you to go support this sister. Kaniqua, I think it's Quaniqua. I don't want to butcher the woman's name. The Empress. Kaniqua, the Empress. Good channel, good sister. She is in a league of her own. Very beautiful, very wonderful sister with a cast of wonderful human beings. I just met them a couple of weeks ago, and they're fire. They're fire. So go check their channel out. Also, Shish Trish, she needs no introduction. I'll need for you to check out Nessa's channel as well. Her channel is popping. Pop. For straight up. Without further ado, we're going to go into the reactionary of Dr. Umar Ifatunde and him being the guest on Honey Dip's network. Heard the brother, he's definitely seriously into stock and trade, which we should all be. Stock and trade is something that we all should be getting into. I mean, I'm not gonna front. I'm still looking into my not Weeble account. I need to get a Weeble account, but my Robinhood account is like going up and down. So I'm gonna start looking into Weeble. But you never quit stocks. Never quit stocks. As soon as your shit goes down, you put more money into it. Put more money into something a little different that once let's just say if gold is down, buy it at a low price. Buy it at a low price. Oh, well, here we go.
The future is not guaranteed for your grandchildren's grandchildren, but make sure there's something you keep sacred that you always do for free.
What's going on, y'all? It's your boy Aristotle Investments. I'm with the main man, Dr. Umar. We about to drop so much knowledge. We talking black history. We talking black finance. We talking black liberation.
White man said, okay, he talking that black talk. Let me see what happened when I take that Benz. He talking that black talk. Let me see what happened when I turn him broke. Consistency. Are you still standing on your same political square today as you did 10 years ago? Or did you start getting soft? Did you start compromising? You can look at my message. Our priorities, our values, and most of all, our spending habits must be a priority if we're going to change this situation.
You actually were the one who pointed out that whole system where we need the banks, the hospitals, the schools, we need to be vertically integrated pretty much in order to succeed. So I want to get to the next question. Where do you see the state of black people in the next 10 years?
That's a great question. Where do I see black people in the next 10 years? I'm going to say that as we sit here in 2024, that if we don't fix this in the next 10 years, which will be 2034, then by 2054, we will all but be exterminated, annihilated, or incarcerated in this country. Right now, as you know, there is a government-sanctioned and financed migrant takeover of key black cities in this country. They're bringing in the migrants to take over New York City from the blacks, to take over Chicago from the blacks. I was in Kansas City. They have a migrant community. New Jersey has a migrant community. I was in Sacramento, migrant community. Antioch, migrant community. Los Angeles has already had one. The point that I'm making is America never intended black people to be here long term. They never intended us to be here long term. In their opinion, we have worn out our welcome. So to help usher us out the way, they're going to bring the migrants in to exhaust all of the remaining social services so there's none left for us. They're going to take over all of the available industry jobs, low pay and labor jobs, so there's nothing available for us.
Can I ask you something? Do you believe that's a target towards black people or all minorities? No matter
Black in particular.
Black
in particular. And I'm going to tell you why. The migrants are already Hispanic. Asians have already been chosen by the white power structure to be the priority minority. So the Asians are set.
Yeah.
The Native Americans have their reservations. Latinos are the migrants. Indians are already doing well, East Indians. Arabs already have their stake. Who are the only people in America who do not control any part of the American economy.
Oh, sorry it took me so long. Bless up. Sorry it took me so long, but I had to let the good doctor cook. And here's what I would say to that. When we have these particular conversations and these small little panels, and these sectors are very, very small indeed, what do we usually talk about? Black women. But now I'm hearing that Black men have it good to the point where they can't be told anything. They're really good. They you know, some of them come from the military, some of them come from, you know, getting it out the mud, and that's cool. But don't think you're above approach. Don't think you're above any and everything else because of your direct communication with other people and saying to them and believing egotistically that you're better than everybody else. And so while you're having these talks in the outside world, you're dying off. You're no longer you're going to be no longer the minority in America, or the majority. You're going to be the minority. You're already locked and boxed. You damn near lost 12% of property. I mean, there's so much land left. I mean, white people is going to take all the land and just give it to the Chinese. And you think owning a small little store or working online is going to get things done? No. You got to act like the Africans over there and take back your land. They're doing it. Why can't we? Very, very, very interesting.
It's the American African. It's Black folks. Look at the Indians, their share of the hotel market. Look at their share of the fast food markets. Look at the European Jews with the banking industry, the Asians with the import and export. If you look, there's a color on every sector of society. What sector of society do Black people control?
None. Which I often say this early and often. Hey, Trish, smash it. I say this early and often. What do we own and control? Absolutely nothing. But Negroes in these small little spaces say that they got it good. Like I said, just because, well, you think just because you're making 6 figures and you got what, 2 cars and a house makes it all good for you? You got to contribute something. Contribute something, or what my mom used to say, stand for something or you fall for anything. No, the government will take care of us. The government will take care of you. So far, I don't see that working because, correct me if I'm wrong, but isn't AI almost at 100%? I mean, they're making bodies upon bodies and bodies of robots. Pretty soon they'll be cybernetic, and pretty soon you'll have that little thing on your neck. Yeah, that little special thing on your neck and on your right hand, and wonder why you can't get in your garage. Oh, you got to take your immunization shots. You got to take your immunization shots. Oh, sweet. Ain't that sweet? They're taking over. Chinese and whites are pretty much taking over at this point. Here in America, why do you think the LGBTQ HIV community is important right now? Why do you think they are a distraction? They're distracting you. Why do you think all these gender wars are happening? Just to distract you from not seeing what the real problem is going on. Ain't that wonderful? And we're arguing. And let me guess. All this gender war, all the war and going on in Iraq and everywhere else, it's all the women's fault, right? So the only way you will get popular again, you will be known and recognized and acknowledged as man, I'm a man, is that a woman acknowledges you. Nigga, please.
We can't say music and entertainment because although we are the raw product, we are not the controllers of those corporations. Look at hip hop. Most of that is controlled by Caucasians. Look at Hollywood, Caucasian. What do we own and control? And if we are going to survive this economically, Black people need to come together, your generation in particular, and decide what part of the American economy are we going to corner and monopolize? Because it ain't about competition. It's about monopolization. People are trying to monopolize aspects of society. Nobody wants competition. What did John D. Rockefeller say? He said competition is a sin. And what did the Rockefellers do in order to take over the oil industry? They sabotaged all the competitors so there would be no competition. The problem with us, Brother Aristotle, is our religious indoctrination has taught us that the way to succeed in the world is to collaborate with other groups. Nothing wrong with respecting other groups, but guess what? Nobody is interested in collaboration. When the Chinese come to Atlanta, they're not coming here to share with you. They're coming to find a piece of their own pie. When the Arabs get here, when the Jews, who's looking to collaborate with Black people? Nobody. But we're looking to collaborate with anyone. We're extending a hand that is never reciprocated. We have to get the eye of the tiger. We have to get the dog mentality that says, I'm going to fight for a piece of this American dream so my grandchildren's grandchildren can eat food, wear clothes, and sleep in a home with a roof on top of it.
You wonder why you have young men fighting, well, let's just put it this way, Gen Zs fighting Gen Xs? You have any clue at all? You know how we were supposed to get a piece of that American pie and transfer that down from generation to generation to generation? Well, there are very few of us who do that. But we always look to the celebrities. You know, Bronny, he's just considered going into the draft, the NBA draft. So what we're going to do is we're going to tune in. That is correct. We're going to tune in to Bronny. We're going to tune in to Dwayne Wade's son. Bronny, as you know, is LeBron James's son. We're going to tune into Dwayne Wade's son, Scottie Pippen's son, and whoever else, you know, that can raise this generation of basketball and football play. You know, there are millions and millions of people wanting to play football and basketball, but the only people that make it is the 1%. And speaking of control, can I show you guys something real quick? Just want to show you something real fast. Talking about zombie land. You got to introduce. Where did I put it? You got to introduce this. Talk about zombies.
We have started paying for things with our phones, even watches.
One company, though, wants to take that technology to another level by implanting a chip in your hand. So, the overseas company Walletmore is selling the microchip in parts of Europe. It's about the size of a grain of rice, goes under the skin. It's then activated using a digital wallet app. The chip is going for about $300, and the company says at least 200 people have gotten them implanted already. I would have many questions for a doctor about that.
Yeah, how healthy
Didn't look
is
very
that
micro, did it?
No.
It was pretty big. I
It was
mean,
a pretty big chip.
I mean, you know, a paper cut hurts. You're gonna put a thing like that.
And what did the Bible say in Revelation? I forgot what chapter that was. That no man may buy or sell unless he has the chip. He has the rice grain. He has the. He has the label. He has the brand of 666 in his right hand and his forehead. You may never sell. You often notice that people often tell you that I don't believe in God. You know what? That's a different video. That's a different video. Let's go back to Umar. That's a whole different video.
We are not as aggressive economically as we should be as a people. Imagine if we were as aggressive with our financial investments as we are with our materialistic consumptions. Think about that. A sister will go to the other side of Atlanta to get the right weave. A brother will go to the other side of Atlanta to get the right pair of Jordans. You see this? Look at how we go out of our way to buy things that have no true value or impact on the community. But when it comes to the things that have an impact on the community or that we should be valuing, very little interest in it. Before we can have an economic revolution, there has to be a psychological revolution. If we don't change the way we think, we never change the way we spend.
Have you always wanted to invest in stocks, learn the stock market, interested in trading to earn another end of the week via?
Are we just trying to become the 21st century's version of the black bourgeoisie? Are we trying to become the 21st century's version of the talented 10th? Or are we going to try to use this wealth to help create opportunities for those on the bottom? In other words, the future for Black economics, the leadership of the future of Black economics will be for those of your generation and beyond who not only builds wealth for themselves, but find a way to empower those at the bottom. Because until we do that, we're only operating from a Black bourgeoisie agenda.
You have an interesting point. And that 40% of young Black investors investing, I personally believe I have a large impact in America on that happening. Meaning like me as a young Black fly brother doing what I do.
Yes, sir.
And I teach. So I teach for free every Sunday. I have a show called Stock Sundays. So I teach for free every Sunday. I got a large real estate project that I can't say on camera that I'm building on the south side of Atlanta. So to answer your question, we are, as young Black men, coming together behind the scene. It is my generation. I got the #1 developer actually showing up now here to come watch you. Young Black developer. I'm the #1 young Black investor, like in America, period. Like right now, as far as what we do. So we are in the early stages of, because I know everybody in my industry as far as finance. And we trying to figure it out right now
Yes,
as we
sir.
speak.
Yes, sir.
Like we are. And you're right. Empowering the bottom. You said that the best thing was empowering the bottom is how we get there.
Yes, sir.
So I started this thing called the Small Account Challenge for my business. Teaching people how to grow 1,000, 2,000. You see how see how he just said
Yes,
he turned a band and he's up 3 now?
Yes, sir.
See, I learned that we got to empower the bottom as well. So that's my niche. My niche is teaching you how to invest with little money. Because you're right. We were focusing on the black bourgeoisie for a while. Like, okay, now I had to tell people, look, everybody ain't got 100,000 to throw in crypto. Everybody ain't, these people working with a rack. You get what I'm saying? 1,000. So you can't show
afford the waste.
Thank you. So we always have to talk to the bottom if we want to get solutions for the black community.
Yes. And the reason why we got to talk to the bottom is no matter how successful you may be, I may be, our brothers over there may be, when you go to your car at night, or when you go to your car in the morning, or when your queen or your children or your mother or your father go to their car at night or go to their car in the morning, you don't ever want a tragedy to be waiting for them because someone who you don't even know, who envies what you have done with your life, is angry and jealous that you selfishly didn't show me how to do this as well. See, in order for us to protect ourselves from black on black crime, we have to show black people that we're thinking about them as well. So when that 12 and 13-year-old brother pulls up on you in your Benz, in your Phantom, in your Mercedes, and pull out the gun and say, give me everything you got, and you ain't moving fast enough, God forbid, he takes your life, we as a community have our DNA on that crime. Because if we were creating opportunities for the brothers in the streets and sisters at the bottom, he would have never had to roll up on you in that Mercedes. See, here's the thing. Economics by itself is not capitalism. Capitalism is when you have an inequitable distribution of the wealth. This is true not only for America, it's true for the black community. Wherever there's capitalism, which is exploitation of the resources by the few to the detriment of the many, whenever you have that inequitable distribution of wealth, you have crime.
So I have a question to ask you.
That was very, very, very interesting. Like, share, and subscribe to the channel. Like, share, and subscribe. Now, I often wonder, does brother killing brother, does that often get a little bit old to some people? I know it gets old to me because, quite frankly, I want to say it's not our fault, but then again, we don't properly educate ourselves now. Most of us anyway. We don't properly educate ourselves. We don't, some of us don't even like giving shouts out to another person's channel. We don't like supporting one another. There's always that jealousy involved, and I don't understand why. If I tell a person how to get a lick, when I get a lick, I tell a person how to get their lick, and I tell another person how to get their lick. And once we come up together, we got bands for days. You know what I'm saying? We got money for days. We ain't tripping off nothing. But if I see this dude over here, he looking kind of lax. I'm like, what, are you cool? It's like, I gotta have that. I was like, cool, I'll tell you how to get it. No, I want your shit. So I have to say, we have to be careful who we bring on board. I mean, this is where we're at. This is what I'm gonna say. I try my best to compress who I am. But nowadays it's that energy again. Things are getting much darker. And truth be told, this energy, this thing that we're living in right now, this new age, people are starting to reveal who they are. So I would say be careful on who you're trying to be friends with, you're giving advice to, you give money to. Guilty. Guilty is here. But you just got to be careful because you can't be friends with everybody. I've learned that off rip. You can't socialize with everyone because everybody, gets into your business or they start snitching to everybody else. And it's like, look here, this dude has a effed up living room, blah, 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 blah. I just want one week of unity. 1 week. Can you watch with me for 1 hour? In other words, can we support each other for at least 1 week? Just like this brother here. Just like Dr. Umar. Just like Trish or anybody else. Can we watch them for at least 1 week and soak up some type of knowledge and understanding? But yet one person would say, I heard this already, so when we gonna get paid? We can't take everybody with us, my man.
When you said it is my generation, you believe it is my generation who is responsible for the growth of Black people, or do you believe your generation still
It's
has
all
to
of
work?
us.
It is.
The reason I'm pointing to your generation in particular, because
Right.
the youth always carries the revolution.
True.
Do you follow me? So we are all involved, but it's the youth that carry the revolution. Go back to civil rights, right? Even though Dr. King's face was on it, and he was a youth himself, but although his face was on it, if it wasn't for them HBCU students at the Greensboro sit-in, if it wasn't for them HBCU students on the Freedom Riders, you see what I'm saying? If it wasn't for the youth, those civil rights bills never get passed. So now we're talking about an economic revolution. You see what I'm saying? Not only is your generation more knowledgeable than your parents' generation, you have the energy and the fearlessness to get it done.
True.
You see what I'm saying? So we all in this. It's all for one, but it's always the youth that takes us where we got to go. As the old African proverb says, old man for wisdom, young man for war.
So I'm glad you're here because now I really want to talk about it. Since you're speaking from your generation perspective, I'm speaking from mine. That's why this show is called Kicking It with the OGs,
Yes,
because
sir.
I already understand that. So my perspective is this. Being in the industry that I'm in, you will say, okay, we have to go to the Black banks. We got to go to our Black leadership. We have to go to Black this, Black this.
But if you're building effectively,
No.
the Black leadership will come to you.
But see, yeah, you're right. So I'm the young man who tried that.
Okay.
Hey, Black man who's older than me, I got this going on. What do I do? And the one Black man who I can honestly say helped me the most is Fly. He's a music executive for Rich Homie Quan and Lucci. You know those two guys.
Yes, sir.
He is the owner of their music catalogs, right? So, a man who's up hundreds of M's. So he's been a great mentor to me. But what I was telling him was, because we went to this conference, it's a bunch of white men there, old white billionaires, this and that. And they was giving me all these resources. And I was like, dang, I would go to Black brothers for these same things. And not only do they not want to help you, but they feel threatened because young Black men like myself are either doing better than them or too close to them. So they don't want to give us the resources. So it's a disconnect from the.
And to his point real quick, why would you not help the next generation arise? We had our shot. we had our chance, we had our opportunity from the baby boomers. And now all of a sudden, we don't want to help the younger generation. Is this the reason why they shut down all the community centers in certain cities? Give them a free education, so when it's time to go ahead and get that 6 or 7 figure job, you're going to be competitive with all the other ethnicities, all the other minorities. But you didn't want to give it to them. You made an excuse. You shut down the program saying we didn't have enough money for this. We didn't have enough funding. And so the users say, oh, okay. They pull out their straps and excuse me. If you didn't make it in football, if you didn't make it in baseball, you didn't make it in basketball, you didn't make it in track, you didn't make it in golf, which people do golf nowadays. If you didn't make it and your stomach was hurting, what would be the next best thing? Sell drugs. Rob liquor stores. That was part of the millennium. I don't know what this generation is up to.
Young to the old, because to be honest, a lot of even your generation somehow just now getting it too. You know what I'm saying? Getting to the paper. So that's another thing too. That's why I'm even doing this, because I'm trying to bridge the gap.
Bridge the generation.
You get what I'm saying?
Yes,
I'm trying
sir.
to bridge the gap because
and
I need y'all to understand that we're not against y'all, and we need to understand that y'all not against us.
Let me say something to that. You're bringing up a great point, and I like how you tied it into the name of your podcast.
Yeah.
Couple points. Number one, the reason why we as Black men are so egotistical is because we're the only men in America who are not allowed to flex their masculinity in society without people being threatened. This is why we always lead with our chests stuck out. We always leading with our bravado, our machismo, our male ego. Why? I can't flex my masculinity in the stock market, at least not up until now. You understand? I can't flex my masculinity on my job. I can't flex my masculinity in the political world. Anywhere the Black man goes, if he stands confidently in his masculinity, he's considered a threat. So now let me bring it back to what you just said, because it's related. The reason why your elders and my elders, and I'm dealing with this right now, by the way, on the political side, older Black men intimidated and envious at what you've done with your life. First of all, don't react to the envy. You have to humble and discipline yourself not to react to the envy, because if they had the opportunities you had, they wouldn't be envious. So there's a humility that we have to flex in the presence of our elders. Respect their struggle. You feel me? Come to them humbly. Sometimes you got to dim your light to make the elder comfortable. That's okay if you're doing it in the long-term interest of the best interest of the Black community, right? So in the Black community, because of that ego, because of that psychological castration of African men in this country, we've never built what the men of every other culture has built. And what I'm speaking of is the intergenerational transfer of power. Let me tell you what that is. Let's say you and I are in the same economic market, right? I'm a generation above you. Once I get to be 60 years old, I say, Brother Aristotle, I still got a lot of life to live, but it's time for me to pass this on to you. I'm going to sit you down. I'm going to train you on that which you don't know to add to what you do know. I'm falling back. I'm still here. I'm the quarterback now, but you the running back. I'm giving you the ball. You got to get to the line. You feel me? We don't have that in Black America.
I just want to interrupt and say I kind of hate when certain people do football and basketball analogies. If you're a QB and your time is running short, you want to pass the baton to the next QB. You could pass it on to the running back. That's cool. But at some point in time, you're going to have to pass the damn ball. Right? So you got to pass the ball to your receivers. And if your receiver's not receiving anything, if your tight end's not receiving anything, then you're in trouble. You can't just pass it on. You can't just hand it off to your running back all the time. If you're, your time is running short. So you want to give as much knowledge and you want to prepare the next QB. You're possibly a number one draft pick for the future. That's all that is. It's for the future. And it's for our generation and the next generation coming up. And if this keeps up, pretty soon we're not going to even have a generation to have them fall back on. This is going to be one big hot ass mess.
Jews have it, Arabs have it, Native Americans have it, Latinos have it, Asians have it.
Everybody except us. So.
Let me get this last point.
Go ahead.
Let me get this last point on it, because this might help inform your response. This is why when you go to the black churches in Atlanta, they mostly run by elders. You're starting to see more young pastors, but it's mostly run by elders. If you go to our community-based organizations, mostly run by elders. You're starting to see some youth, but the youth had to fight their way in. They were not invited. You had to fight your way in. You were not invited. We will never get anywhere as a race as long as the older black man is jealous of his replacement.
Thank you.
Because we only get better if you sharper than me. This is why we got to kill our ego. We only get better if you're better than me. If Aristotle ain't better at Dr. Oop than at my age, if you're not better at my age when you get here, I failed you. And the young brother under you better be better than you when he gets to your age. That's growth. But guess what? That does not work in the best interest of the ego. And this is why I always say, the ego of the Negro is one of the greatest obstacles to the progress of our people. If we don't kill the ego will kill the community.
Well, you did answer my question. Yeah, you did right there. And that was powerful. And I'm glad you said that, because I believe that message is going to go viral and it's going to translate through the black community. Because that's something that we need to hear.
Yes.
And this is the conversation that needs to be had, because there is a disconnect for that reason. Ego.
Yes.
We feel it on both ends. Y'all feel like we ain't listen to y'all. We feel like y'all don't want to hear what we got to say.
Yes.
Or trying to help us come up, because we also feel like y'all trying to come up as we're trying to come up. You get what I'm saying?
And there's room for everyone.
Yeah.
I want to give you this. This is an excellent conversation. Might be the first time I've had it, to be honest with you, out of all the interviews. We suffer from a plantation mentality. I want to take it back to slavery. On the plantation, we all working. Cotton, rum, indigo, whatever the slave master got us doing. We out there working, sunrise to sunset, dying, breaking our backs. Once a year, the slave master would free one of us. Only one. And do you know how you got in a position for your slave master to recognize you and potentially offer you a meritorious manumission? By telling on me. In other words, you had to expose the brother who's trying to run away. You had to expose the brother sneaking off to see his wife late at night on another plantation. But they only allow 1 or 2 their freedom every year. But it's 1,000 on the plantation. So when you go through this after 20 generations or 400 years, you begin to believe that only 1 or 2 blacks can make it at a time. I want you to see why the jealousy is so intense. So when they see Aristotle doing this thing, coming from this conditioned plantation mentality, do you know what a lot of brothers think when they see you? They say, okay, I'm jealous of him. I got to replace him. Why you got to replace him? Not physical replacement, but in terms of success, I got to outdo him. Why? Why can't you join him? Why can't you work with him? Why can't you collaborate with him? Because we were trained on the plantation that only one or two can make it at a time. So when we see another black man making it, when I see Aristotle doing his thing, do you know what comes into my mind? I got to replace him or I got to erase him because there's no room for me. Who said there's no room for you? There's enough room for all of us. But because we've been hypnotized by the slave master, we believe that whenever one black person is making it, I don't care if it's with a new restaurant, I don't care if it's in the rap game, I don't care if it's sports and athletics, whenever we see one of us doing well, the assumption is nobody else can. It breeds the competition, it breeds the animosity, and it breeds the sabotage. There's enough room for all of us. We have to transform our consciousness from one of scarcity to one of abundance. We gotta come, every black boy and girl in Atlanta and throughout the state of Georgia, you don't have to hate on another brother or sister. You don't have to compete with another brother or sister. There's enough for all of us.
That's a powerful statement because there is enough money for us all to eat. The stock market is something I teach and I tell people anybody can get into it anytime. We were taught that it was hard to learn, and there's a statement that says 90% of traders fail. And what I tell people is, okay, let's just say that statement is true. 10% is a larger number than it takes to be a rapper, which is 0.1, than it takes to be an NFL athlete, than it takes to be famous, this, and that. That is like 0.1% who can be Lil Wayne, Lil Baby, T.I., anybody. But every
Damn. Thank you. Thank you, Lisa. But where was I at? MC Hammer was selling CDs in the back of his car. Yeah, y'all can hear me now, right? Yeah, I just unmuted myself. MC Hammer was selling shit out of his CDs out the back of his car, right? He was successful after so many years. He was making tens of thousands of dollars, right? You know, being his own working man. Pretty soon, MTV gave him a call and executives were giving him a call, and he signed this big record deal, and he was helping out he was hiring everybody from his hood, hiring everybody to become dancers and vocalists, whatever else. Little did he know that when that money ran out, he went to the mainstream and he went from preacher's kid to Thompson the Bump, draw, showing, and everything. I mean, he was a gangster rapper. That didn't turn out too good, and so he ended up falling rock bottom. But he didn't let his pride get in the way. He didn't let his soul be taken over. So he did what he had to do. But the thing about it is, the people who were supporting him, the people who he was supporting, his dancers and his background. Where were they? Where were they to be found? Nowhere. No one stood by his side. Nobody. There are very few people that we can take with us, sir, ma'am. I treat this like the Matrix. 7 women to 5 men. That's how I would treat it. Why 7 women to 5 men? Different show.
Everybody's trying to climb in and be the 0.1. But we got this industry over here that has a 90% failure rate, but a 10% success rate. And I'm living proof that I actually believe that statement was made when there was miseducation. I actually believe 30% are successful now, if I had to be honest.
Wow.
Because the information is there now.
Okay.
That statement is outdated.
Okay.
That's pre-2020, right? When we had a chance to sit down and learn.
Yes.
So why do you think they saying 40% of Black people get into it? Will we be getting into it if it wasn't working?
Collective hypnosis. Negative statistics are collective hypnosis. Most people don't have the willpower to challenge the statistic. You follow what I'm saying?
Exactly.
Which is exactly what you're saying. 90% will fail. Well, guess what? Who's to say I'm not in the 10 that will make it? But most of us, because we lack confidence in areas of society where white people have put their fingerprints on and made us believe you can't make you one of us. So what you have to do with your example, which is why you're so powerful for the current generation and the future generations, is you have to show them I'm one of the 10%. And guess what? The more of you that we bring in, that 10% got to grow. Let's make it 30. Okay, it is 10. But when I'm done with all y'all, we're going to be 20. And when you bring in the new recruits, we're going to be 30. Let's break the statistic and rebuild it. Black excellence. What we're really talking about is Black excellence. And one thing I'm going to recommend you consider doing, you're probably already thinking about this, is creating a financial literacy curriculum for Atlanta Public Schools with you as its director to train the teachers, right? And you bring in your own experts to help teach our children financial literacy in grade school. If you do that, dropout going to go down, special ed going to go down, ADHD going to go down, psychiatric med going to go down, graduation going to go up, National Honor Society going to go up, children enrolled in advanced placement classes is going to go up. What's the biggest problem in public education today? It doesn't appear relevant to the children. Let you come in here and start showing them, this is how much money I made yesterday. This is how much money I made in the past year. You think they're going to miss another day of school? Do you think they will miss another day of school once you pull out your cell phone and show them, look what I made while I was asleep? I didn't sell crack. I didn't steal cars. I didn't pop weed. I didn't hustle opioids. I made this totally legal in my sleep. So I'm saying, take what we know and weaponize it in order to be a weapon of mass construction. We always hear,
oh, that would be so easy. He makes it sound easy, and I'm not going against the brother. I wouldn't do that. I would say this. I will go by the method of Dr. Claude Anderson. Bring very minimum, the very minimum would be 3. You would be number 4. Start investing. Put a little bit in the pot. I would start with 20. Put a little bit of the pot. Put it on whatever. Well, they want you to invest in $100. I would invest. Well, if you can afford 100, cool. If not, put 20. Let's talk about what is out there in the market today that is relevant in the stock market, right? If we see it rise, then we sell. If we see it fall, we buy. That's how the stock market works. Depending upon what you take, depending upon what they are selling and what you're willing to buy, once we get up to a certain amount, we just sell. Sell, right? Take that money out and then invest it in something else. And once that boosts up, sell it, go on to the next. That's how the stock market works. Now, if you are able, because most people cash out in a lifetime, what books of his would recommend? I would do what's that book that he told me? My cousin's good on stocks. Try Investors for Dummies. Investors for Dummies. It's like $40. Go in and buy that book, Investors for Dummies. And that will definitely teach you what to do, and what to invest. But the other thing that would be recommendable is you go on YouTube, and some people who are professionals at it, they will tell you what stocks to get, what stocks not to get. You have to look at the ratio and whatever else right in front of you, how much this stock is, and how much this is going for, how much they paid on it. If this went over 7 million, 6 million, if they started off this way, if they start off at $5, go and get it. If they start off at $1, get it. If they start off at $10, get it. Anything above $25, I'm questioning it. Hey Tanya, how are you? Anything above 25, I have to look at. Like, say for example, a lot of airlines are crashing for some reason. I keep Delta. Delta is the only airline that other than American Airlines, Delta is, they say, is the safest. So, and it is expensive for a reason. Plus, you get to sit back, kick back, relax, and watch TV. And it's very comfortable. It's very roomy, right? So that will be the only thing I would invest in as far as airports. Okay. AI is popping. I would research AI, silver, gold, and I would put $100 on whatever's in your best interest, whatever in your interest. Let me get back to this.
About weapons of mass destruction, we need weapons of mass construction, economic vehicles as solutions to keep our boys and girls from falling into the poverty pipeline or the school to prison pipeline.
That's facts. But I would like to say this. You're saying my curriculum would help, but my curriculum is financial literacy. The curriculum in school for them to pass the test is math, science, reading, that. Mm-hmm. Nothing that has to do with money. Mm-hmm. So,
but remember, what I'm saying is they're going to start achieving greater in the core subjects of math, science, language, and social studies.
If they know money.
If they know they get to learn about the money. You see where I'm going? Mm. You showed up today, young blood, you fell in all your classes. I got a financial literacy class. I only come in once or twice a week. But guess what? In order for you to be taught how to make money in my class, you got to start passing math, science, language, and social studies. What you think happens by the end of the week?
I ain't gonna lie, we've been money motivated since we can remember.
Right.
Like, if there was...
Vaughn, shalom.
Hey, shalom, my brother. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Man. Oh, this is pretty good, man.
Yeah, well, you gotta start somewhere. So, well, what you think? Is he on point, or is this should have been done from Jump Street?
Which part? The financial literacy you talking about in schools, or um, them passing it? What they doing now as far as exchanging information?
Both. Financial literacy has always been there. I
Yeah,
believe.
I think. Yeah, I do think this conversation. Yeah, we should have been doing this conversation for a long time. Um, I think that we, as a people, need to share a lot of information, especially to the ones who is successful. Like the woman, I always bring her up, Black Stage Capital. She invests in minority business, particularly women minority. Is successful for a very long time. She has invested over $100 million. So you could go on her website. They have literacy course. They also, if you have something that you need an investor in it, you would present it to them. They like it. They would invest. It's another woman. Matter of fact, someone is trying to sue her because they trying to say she was racist by saying she was going to invest in minority business. So I could get her name if someone wants that also. But she has invested millions of dollars. I think we need to share those type of informations with our people so our people can know, because many of our people just see the bad part, or many of us see the people talking about the bad part, and they don't say anything about what's going on as far as the successful parts.
The bad part is, ladies and gentlemen, is failure.
Mm-hmm.
You have to get knocked down to get built right back up to success.
Mm-hmm.
Failure is going to be there.
Right.
You're not going to know what you're going to do unless you really study on it. It's not just putting in the money and just saying, I'm going to invest in this. The world changes from night and day.
Mm-hmm.
You can have like what's going on. You can have Tesla. Tesla has made millions and millions of dollars,
Mm-hmm.
right? But overall, it has crashed and burned at a very high clip, because number one, their electricity it don't even last. Their batteries don't last that long, and you have to find an actual battery charger, like a gas station, which they're going to start placing these in gas stations pretty soon. So if you don't have those chargers, and especially when it starts snowing out, and you can't get your shit to charge, that's a problem. Plus, it's not really good for traveling. I had a friend of mine said that they took one of those electric cars from Nevada to LA and got stuck.
Yeah. Well, Tesla does it. Tesla, they don't make a lot of money when it comes to customers anyway. Most of their money they get is from the taxpayers, because when Obama passed that e-bill, environmental bill, as far as that's where they get most of their money from anyway. He gets like over $2 billion a year just in that, just off of tax money. So he doesn't get he doesn't get a lot of his money off of customers. And that's all this company.
Oh yeah, don't he get paid every year still?
Yeah, because he gets taxpayer money, not just here in the United States, but in other countries, because they pass bills as far as you get tax incentive for doing what he's doing when it comes to what they call the environmental, what type of thing he does with the
I know what you're saying.
But it was Obama passed it, and it has been passed in every administration after him. So he gets billions. He gets like over $2 billion a year just in the United States. That's not including the other countries who pass the same type of laws. So he gets money off of tax incentives off of not just United States but other countries. That's where most of his income comes from. Plus, when Obama took out NASA, right? That's his rocket program. He gets tax money off of that because Obama passed a bill on that also when it comes to going out in space. So that's where most of his money comes from.
And now they want to build a actual program for you to jump from Earth to space.
To space, yeah. Mm-hmm.
Which is kind of crazy because we're talking into possibly in the trillions of dollars. And who are you going to get that from?
But
right.
I think also we need to teach, like they was talking about real estate.
Mm-hmm.
And a lot of the real estate, like Trump passed the opportunity zone, and in which Clinton passed a similar type of bill also, which the opportunity zone merged with that. But people need to go and understand how the tip tax work, because nowadays these real estate, and this is the reason why Trump did the opportunity zone. When Trump was doing his real estate, Trump was using in a law called a tip tax. The tip tax is you get with an organization under the government. It's a committee, and they pick certain developments, and you go present your case. You say, hey, I'm getting ready, I want to build this hotel here, and 500 jobs is coming here if I build it. And what it happens is they give you, instead of you using your money, they give you the money to build that hotel.
To build that hotel.
Then you don't have to pay taxes on it. All you're doing is making money off.
Making money off of it. Yeah. When you don't have to, you don't have to pay that back either.
You don't have to pay, no. They have something you don't have to pay. It's called a tip tax, and then they have another one called a port tax. And all it is, you just pay, you don't pay the taxes, and then they give you the loan, and which is a bond, which is generated or is given either by Goldman Sachs, BlackRock, those hedge funds, because they the ones who invest in the bonds. And they know they're going to make money because we pay it through our taxes. So that's all it comes down.
That is crazy. And he's been doing this for years.
Yeah.
And this is the reason why they're after his ass.
Yeah, because Koch gave him a 40-year tax break. So just imagine paying no taxes for 40 years.
Jesus.
And getting the money to build the hotels. And many of those hotels are not his. They just got his name on it. He gets paid off of his name on it. So
yeah, I know. He has one here, and it's owned by some random white lady.
Mm-hmm.
And he has one. I don't know who owns that property that he has in New York either. But
yeah, I don't know. I don't know who owns that either. But I seen a lecture that he did. And this is people need to understand this also, because it doesn't get granted, but it's good for you to research it. He did a lecture, and he said the reason why people say I'm a bad businessman or I claim bankruptcy, and listen to what he did. His companies made a loss. Now back in 1929 when they passed that socialist law what was it? Who passed it? Not Roosevelt, but it was another. I think it was Franklin or Teddy.
Roosevelt.
I think it was Teddy back then when they had that welfare law, the welfare laws.
Okay.
They passed it, right? Not only it was a welfare law for the poor people, but it was a welfare money incentive for companies. Also, Bush, when he got into office, he put in law too big to fail. So this is what Trump used, and many companies like Trump, especially in the COVID debacle. So he said, this is how it's done. He claimed the loss on his companies.
Yep.
So when he claimed the loss, he gets a grant. He tells the government, I claim the loss. I'm also too big to fail, right? He gets money from that grant, which gives him not only his loss, but he makes money for the shareholders. Many companies did that. When Obama passed that TARP, many companies, banks, all of them, not only got the money that they lost, but they made more money. The NFL did it. Their new football league got $250 million. All of them. But Trump said,
shout out to Rocky Johnson.
Yeah, Trump said, he said, the only reason why people can't know this is because I can't claim it in my portfolio. He can't put it in his portfolio that he got this, that he made money off of that grant. This is the reason why they say, well, yeah, he claimed bankruptcy, but he can't show you that the money that he got from the government, he can't show you that in his he can't put it in his portfolio. No companies can. So this is how the big leagues, and this is how things work, and people need to be aware of those things and stuff like that, because this is things in law that you can do, but you have to know the system.
You have to know the loopholes.
Yeah, you have to educate your other brothers and sisters also. You have to educate them and show them, and sometimes people don't want us to stick together. Look what they did to Robert Smith when he paid all that money for those people when they graduated from school. He paid that tuition. All of a sudden, the government came after him, talking about, oh, you got money in the Cayman Islands. All Fortune 500 money got money in the Cayman Islands. What are you pointing him out for? But look what they did. Look what they did to Byron Allen. When he tried to get his own, which he does have it, when he tried to get his own station on a cable network. Look what they was doing. He had to take them all the way to court.
Comcast.
Yeah. And when he went to the Supreme Court, it was unprecedented. Not only did Comcast was trying to stop him, but the Trump administration was working with Comcast. That's never been done before. That's unprecedented. But they end up not doing the case, put it in the lower court, and he ended up getting what he wanted. And I'm gonna show you.
He settled.
Well,
he settled.
He didn't. Well, yeah, he basically settled, but he got his channel. But the reason why he got it, because one of the biggest investors in Comcast is a black union, and they went to Comcast. They were like, "What are you doing? What are you sitting up here doing this and fighting the 1866 law with black people? Why are you doing that?" So Comcast gave in because the biggest investor was a black union.
Yeah. That is crazy.
There was an opportunity for any of us to get money, we would do it.
Absolutely.
And I do feel like I'm in a position of power as far as financial literacy at a young age. I'm 27. I'm trying to attack all this before I'm 30 because it looks better, right?
Absolutely.
So, and of course, I need help. I need people who are plugged into the school systems to book me so I can come speak to these kids.
Yes, sir.
I can't do it alone.
Absolutely.
I don't know how to get these connections.
Absolutely.
You get what I'm saying? All
we're
I
definitely
know
bringing them out school when we open. So that's already out of me. And once you hit FDMG, it's a wrap from there. You know
yeah. I would love
everywhere.
to. So your school, to your point. So I remember you were getting a lot of backlash on that, and I'm glad you know what I'm saying, get into it. So when does the school officially open?
I'm glad you asked the question. And first, I want to let my Atlanta family know, as I shared with you off camera, the school was almost in Atlanta. Almost purchased a school, a church school in Decatur. And some situations took place in my personal life that required me to stay close to home. We was just about to choose a date for the signing, close, and I had to renege. So we ended up with a school in Wilmington, Delaware, that we purchased in 2019. So it's been 5 years since last month, and we just finally finished all the major renovations. We have a paint day coming up April 13th and 14th, when we're going to paint the school. In fact, just before I came to you, I had to send the paint color selection for all the classrooms to the paint company so the paint will be ready. So that's what I did right before I came here. But to your point, the reason it took us 5 years to renovate that elementary school was because of unscrupulous, dishonest, unprofessional, the Black contractors. That's the only reason why. We had the money, but how many plumbers did I have to go through? How many HVAC did I have to go through? How many electricians did I have to go through? I wanted to keep the work done by all Black people because it was Black people who donated to the school. So I wanted reciprocal income. I wanted to keep that dollar rotating because, as you know,
you wasn't wrong for that.
Absolutely.
But that's the point I'm trying to make. You had to go outside of your race.
White folks, and they got the school ready in a year, bro. I gave the brothers 4 years.
He went outside of his race. You have to do what you have to do. If I give you 4 years and you do dirty to me, I'll give you chance after chance after chance after chance. Truth be told, people are frustrated. People are asking for their money back. So what do I have to do? I have to do the next best thing. But people think it's a bad thing. I don't think it's a bad thing. They're not going to put their name on the books and say, I built this school. The fuck? Where are we at? And those rooms are big enough. They're big enough to put a multiple of 15 to 20 kids in those classrooms. They are that damn big. And that hallway is humongous. So he chose good. He chose good. You know, he stripped out the old carpet, put new carpet in there. You just gotta put some furniture in the rest of those classrooms, paint the classrooms out. And I don't see anything else he has to do. Me personally. So
well, you gotta get the people in there, right?
Yeah, of course. Not now. I mean, we damn near what? 3 months until people graduate or go to the next chapter in their life. And if he opens up this summer or this next September or August, it's off to the races then. I'm not worried.
How is this school going to run? Is it going to run publicly? Because he said he doesn't want it to be. I thought I heard at one time saying he doesn't want it to be under the system where other public schools are.
Private school.
So he's going to base it privately.
Mm-hmm.
Oh wow!
It's like $300. I think it's $300 per child. Because my daughter and my son, they go to a private school.
Now is that what, a month or quarterly or what?
That's a month. $300 a month. People can afford $300 a month.
Yeah.
My wife pays more than that for one child. A little bit more than that. Because the private school that they go to is the same as the church. So when they go to church, it's like the school is in the same. It's in the same building basically. So
how long that church that they do that private school? How long has it been around?
They've been here since when did she leave? She left 07. I'm sorry, 08. She left in 08. And I guess they found a church. I didn't get here until 09. September 10th not September 10th, September 8th. September 8th in 2008. So they've been here for a good while. But they also have another church in Lansing, Michigan.
Oh, see, so that means they under a 510c3, so they get money from okay. But I wonder if Dr. Umar is set up as that way, or what, or how is his school is under strictly funding? Because that's going to be some burden on him, because you got to pay for the gas and electric, you got to pay for the teachers, you got to pay for the materials and things like that. That could be a heavy burden on him. So how is his situation set up? Because I can understand why he took so long, why the thing maybe took so long, because how he's going out.
Have you seen? I mean, it's 2 months overdue, but have you seen the inside of the school?
I've seen it, yes.
Okay. Yeah. So what did you think?
I thought it looked nice. As far as but I'm saying as far as him going forward, and once he get it up and running, he's still going to need funding, and I don't think $300 a child is going to be enough if he relies on strictly funding. See, he had to set up.
Once he opens up, the money will start pouring in. But he's gonna start small. He's gonna start kids from 2nd to 4th grade, the first year.
Okay.
And then the next year, 5th through 6th, then 7th through 8th, and so on and so forth.
Okay.
But the first year is gonna be small. So he's gonna start small, and they're going to start having community meetings, and I think he's going to do another festival pretty soon. So
he's doing grassroots funding. So you think that's going to last? You think the grassroots is going to last?
I have no other choice but to have not grassroots faith. Faith as small as a mustard seed, and until the wheels fall off this thing. I have that much faith, sir, that it's no stopping him at this point. It's no stopping him. He'll be fine. He'll be just fine, as long as the people are still supporting him. Remember, he doesn't just have people supporting him here in the United States of America. He's have people supporting him overseas.
Okay.
You know what I'm saying? So that, and I mean, let's put it this way: Cash apps, super chat. I mean, all that shit is all's well and good, right? But if you really believe in the mission, it's all about the mission. It's not about the person. I always often say, forget about the person. Put the person aside. If you really want this to succeed, you'll help.
Right.
I often tell people that all the time. And, everything else, all that perfect picket fence, we got to paint this white and whatever, all that, that will fall over in due time.
Is he leasing? That building, or he owns it?
No, that's his.
Oh, he owns it.
He owns it.
Oh, okay. Well, that's good. He just gotta pay. So he just paying
tax. Yeah.
Property tax. Oh, that's good.
Yeah, that's it. We off to the races, sir.
We got robbed, ripped off, you name it. Gave it to the Caucasians.
And you
they
still
got us
speak
done
out
in
for
1
us.
year. Got to, because understand, it's the mentality that came to us from the slave master. See, when you understand why somebody is sick, you no longer get upset with them because I understand you sick. You understand? So I know I chose psychology to heal my people. So although I'm hurt by the loss of money and the ripping off and the scams that they ran on me, although I'm hurt, I understand we sick. You see, so when it's time for us to renovate the high school across the street, I'm going to go right back to black contractors because I know there's some good ones out there. I just got to find them.
Exactly.
You see, the problem is we're located in the second smallest state. You see what I'm saying?
I was going to ask you that. Is there black
Delaware.
people demographic?
Yeah, Wilmington is predominantly black.
Okay.
And the city of Wilmington supports me in terms of the community. So I get nothing but love in Wilmington.
It must be close to like New Jersey, New York,
30
Philly.
minutes from, Wilmington is 15 minutes from Maryland, 15 minutes from New Jersey, 15 minutes from Pennsylvania, 30 minutes from Philly. So what I love most about the school, one of the things is we'll be able to educate boys from 4 states. They can come from Maryland, they could come from Jersey, they could come from Philly, and of course, Delaware. We'll be the only independent black school in the country educating black men from 4 states. Not only that, once we get both buildings fully renovated, we'll be the largest independent black school in the United States.
Can I ask you something?
Sure.
Is it legal to discriminate only black in a school?
No, you cannot. You cannot.
So
in other words,
okay, so you can have white kids at your school.
If they apply, we have to consider them.
Oh, okay.
If they apply, we have to consider them. And I'm gonna be honest with you, I'm not against it. If a white parent wants to put their child in our school, as long as they understand what we teach it, we teach an African history. We teach an African political science. We teach a Pan-Africanism, African spirituality. Are you sure you want him to get that? Now, if you want him to get that, come get it. But I don't have a problem having an Asian kid, a Latino kid. Many of them are African anyway, ancestrally. I don't have a problem having an Anglo-Saxon kid in there because I love children. My focus and my priority is my people, but I love children. So if you want your child to come and get this, so be it. I don't have a problem having a few children of another race in there.
And one more time, what is your most likely projected date for, like, what is yours?
We don't control our destiny in that when we apply for our certificate of occupancy, we got to see what the inspectors say from the city when they come through. And I'm gonna be honest with you, they not Dr. Umar fans. So we trying to dot every I and cross every T because I believe they never thought we would finish the renovations. Now that we have, you feel me? I'm gonna stay optimistic, but we gotta be realistic. I believe they're gonna look for anything they can to delay giving us the certificate of occupancy.
And I'm gonna say this: if you really want shit to keep popping, you keep supporting. Even if you have to crowd the whole goddamn building, you don't have to do what you got to do. If I have to take a flight out there, I will. This is to go to support. Because you would do that with Donald Trump. How many people bought Donald Trump's ugly ass shoe?
Oh, I don't know.
Them ugly ass shoes.
Yeah, but they did say people brought them bad boys though. Oh, what was did Fat Joe brought a pair? I think I seen that. Fat Joe brought a pair.
Oh
God! You gotta understand this, Locke. He just said, so this means he basically saying he don't know when that school is gonna open. And then you talking about he said the city of Delaware is against them. Then you that school.
The city, not the people. The city.
Oh, okay. Let's say the city. The city. So you have to understand when people invest in Trump, they was looking for a return. And years ago, people did get a return. You're asking someone to invest, right, in Umar Johnson, rightly so, because if you believe in his uprising and you believe of the words that he says as far as bringing unity within the Black community, yes, keep on supporting them. But if you're looking to get a return, not a return on it, then you have to have a long thought. But it's hard. I see why some people will be kind of iffy because it's going on 10 years?
You talking about for the school? It's been 4.
Yeah. It's going on 4 years? Or
4 years.
4. Oh, okay.
Now, Wilmington, Delaware's mayor is Mike Przinski. He's a white man. Now, give or take, if he meets the mayor or he meets the legislator, I don't even know who the legislator is. Give or take, it's gonna be some pressure there. I mean, you're not going to open up a school for some independent school with a black man yelling white people, basically, quote unquote, and I'm paraphrasing, white people ain't shit program. I'm not going to lend that to you. But if you have people around you and supporting your idea, now that's like an even playing field right there.
Yeah.
So you have no choice, but you literally have no choice but to give it to him. If he's excusing having white kids come to his school, then fine. Why the hell not? Let's get this shit. Let's get this shit moving up.
I would go to the DuPont family. They run Delaware.
The who?
DuPont family. DuPont. They run that. They run the whole Delaware. That's all of them. They've been there for years, and they married black people. And they pretty much they're in Jacksonville, Florida also. Now I will go and talk to them.
I'm sure he's familiar with it. I had to text him and ask.
Yeah, I would go talk. I would definitely go. They would get it moving. I mean, he's just like he said, he had got a white contractor. So, okay, since you did that, I will go to the DuPont family because they run that state. You want anything? Go to the DuPont.
But if you looked at that video, you see there was black contractors as well as white contractors.
Right.
So yeah, he has everything pretty much going except for putting a couple of furniture, a desk in there, and it's like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. He needs at least 6 or 7 classrooms open, at least 6 or 7, if he's going to go 2 through 4, and then plus he's got the gymnasium across the street. It was already open, it was already renovated, whatever. So sky's the limit at this point. You just get.
I just think it's. I can understand. See, it's hard because it's hard to see where he's going. Because if he's going it, like you said, private, and he's not trying to be included within the system, especially public, I can understand as far as the length of time. Because you're trying to be separate from the system. And it's going to be hard because that means you have to do the grassroots funding. You have to keep that going. But at the same time, like he said, they don't like him because a lot of probably the speech that he's done and the things that he have, said that probably ran the people the wrong way, especially the political people. But that's why I said I will go talk to the DuPont, or you go talk to other big time foundations. Like you got Jeanette and Ed Weinberg Foundation. You got the Koch Foundation. You have the Koch Brothers Foundation. You have many foundations that you could go to, and they will invest in the school. The reason why they will invest in the school because it's a minority school. and people are getting paid through the DEI initiative that was passed through a lot of the bills. So I would go that avenue. It's also we're back on politically, you know, but it also so he could get things done, he get things moving so it won't stall. You know what I'm saying? So sometimes you may have to rub a certain hands just to get there. Then once you're there, you can fall back and stuff like that. But I would talk to them because when my foundation, that's who I had to talk to because they first of all they get the money because they connected like Trump and them. They all connected to the government, so they get that money first. That's why the Koch brothers was a part of the Thurgood Marshall and the United Negro Foundation. The person that was in president, he worked for Koch, so they was getting their money straight. They was getting their money. So when you see people invest in those foundations or have people sit on the board of foundations, you know money is getting ready to come down because they put money into it. Because that's how it works. When you have a school, you have foundations that sits on the board that runs it. Like here in Baltimore, it's foundations that run the Baltimore City schools because they get funding. The funding comes, they lend the money to the schools, then they get their money when the funding comes from the federal government. Then it comes to, and then the state gives it to the people, the foundations who put money in the schools. So since he doesn't have a foundation that's politically connected, I will go to a foundation that's politically connected, right? Go to them. They will put money. They don't have to like you. They really don't care about what you say because the only thing they care about is their money.
See, understandable, but we don't know who he knows or who he's connected with. But finally, he has a team that is willing to point him in that right direction. So we will definitely see. We have time, man. We got what? May, June, April, the rest of April, May, June, July, August, September. So we'll see.
Did he say did he put a goal out there? Said I have to raise this much to be open? Did he put that out there or no?
No, he didn't. He's still saying the same thing that he usually says. Hit the cash app, hit the dollar sign. They do that randomly. And he still has his donors. So I'll be hopefully I'll be interviewing him again pretty soon. But you gotta get the questions in. People been asking me for months and months. Can you just have him answer this question? Have him answer that question. Get your questions in so I can ask him. And then maybe you'll get a response, but I'm not guaranteeing anything because at this point he's moving forward, man. He's moving forward, and I'm moving forward with him. Well,
at least because I heard that the guy who had that what was he had the Tulsa, Oklahoma fund. What's his name? Something Morrison.
The Morris dude. Yeah.
He get ready to sell the Black House. They say
I wouldn't put my mouth too much on that one, fam. I think that's whatchamacallit's boy. Michi X's boy. Well, it used to be Michi X's boy. Didn't he get like arrested for pointing a gun at a cop or something?
I don't know about that. I just know I just know that he claimed bankruptcy on the thing, so that's over. And he's getting ready to sell
Jay Morrison.
Yeah, Jay Morrison, and he's getting ready to sell the Black House. So
I don't know. I mean, maybe if this doesn't go around, maybe you can call that Cuba dude and help him out.
At least because people thought that Umar was going to do the same thing, but he did come out and say, "No, I don't need to go that route." So that's something to look at because he didn't go that route as far as what Jay Morrison did, because now all that money is gone. And he collected millions. So and the way he did it, as far as the paperwork and the legal points, he did that. He oh my goodness, it was crazy. But you can't go after him because the way he had it set up. So he did that, and now he's getting ready to sell the Black House. And then he was trying to
how much is it? Damn.
And then Boyce Watkins was caught up in that too, because he spent 2.something million just in marketing. He claimed 2.2 million just in marketing. And, that's
he owes me, and he owes me GX too.
Oh, he does?
Yes, wow. He does.
Oh, wow.
He does. He owes a lot of people. He was arguing with Anton the other day. Like,
it was?
Yeah, something about, the whole Kevin Samuels bit. But that's not the water.
Because they said Boyce Watkins was still supportive. They said it was saying that he got his money. So, but the thing is, people need to actually really research, especially to see what he did, because how he had it set up, people need to read that and put that into their membrane, because that's what you want to know. When people want to collect money and want to do this, you always want to know, okay, show me your legal terms and show me your paperwork. Because if you're not transparent, then we don't need to talk. Because the way he set that up, I'm telling you, a lot of people probably wouldn't have invested in it if they knew how to set up.
People have invested in Tariq Nasheed for years. I don't even know. I don't know what the difference is.
Well, I think his was more so. His is more so donations, right? I don't think his is investing, was it? Or unless it was in that I think. Oh, you talk about the museum, right? Are you talking about the museum?
Collecting, been hustling for years. I mean, even in the Hidden Colors movies, and then of course he's a film writer. And
he a film. Yeah, but see, I see that's the difference between him and Jay Morrison, though. Because he had work out there. I mean, he did movies, and plus he's a writer, because he used to write for what's that Tonight Show? Not Tonight Show. What's the other
Jay Leno?
No, the guy with the red hair.
I was about to say Carrot Top.
No, red hair.
Damn. Wait, you say he had red hair?
Yeah, I think he has red hair. He used to be on I think he went to TNT. He used to be on like the other main networks. Then he switched. Last name O'Brien.
Connor O'Brien.
Yeah.
Connor O'Brien.
I think he used to write for I think it was him or somebody else on the Tonight Show. He was a writer.
All right.
I would not be surprised if the next time I see you, I tell you we are currently in court having to sue the city because they are discriminating against us by denying us our certificate of occupancy.
That is why I built in the city of South Fulton.
Okay.
I built my museum there because I could have put it in the city of Atlanta, could have put it on the north side. I could have put it anywhere. But the mayors and the people and the black wealth is all black in South Fulton, and it's independent. South Fulton, Atlanta. So everything I wanted, I got approved.
South Fulton. Is it a section of Atlanta, or is it its own independent municipality?
And I bought
so it's a city itself.
Yes.
Separate from Atlanta.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah,
And
it's a lot.
I first lived there. The backstory is I bought a guy named Jason Jeter's house.
Okay.
He was T.I.'s manager.
Okay.
And everybody lived in the house I bought. I bought it at 23 for $600,000 from Jason Jeter. Young Dro lived in that house. Fantasia lived in that house. Omar Epps lived in that house. And this girl named Ming Lee lived in that house. It was a house where celebrities would live.
I got you.
And he even told me, he was like, that house is magical. Whoever lives here, money goes up and they leave. And it happened to me. I bought it and it happened to me. I sold it for $900K though.
Okay.
But it was in South Fulton. And my next door neighbor was the mayor's councilman kind of.
Mm-hmm.
So I say all that to say, that is why I'm building there. Because the stuff I'm able to do gets approved like that because of Black political.
Brother.
See what I'm saying?
Oh, so now I see what you mean. So it's just basically word of mouth.
Word of mouth and connection. It's another Black guy. He's one of the biggest. He's the biggest real estate. He's a Black guy. He does big real estate. They call him the Black Donald Trump. Matter of fact, he's in New York. He does a lot of work here in Maryland. But he started out in D.C.
Okay.
Under that mayor. Remember the mayor that got caught with the crack pipe?
Marion Barry?
Yep. He started out under him. He was under his force. And he went through what I just described to you about the pork tax and the tip tax. And what makes him good, he's connected politically, and he's able to, what he does his real estate is through the government, because the government pays you to build, to do this, to do that. Before, it was a lot of people, like he said, I bought a house and then I sold it. When you start getting into development, you go through, a lot of them go through this. They go through the government and get politically connected, and they say, hey, I want to build this because it will be prosperous for the government, because it adds jobs to the, for the government. Then a person who's in office can say, hey, I created blah, 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 blah. That's because this person had this development. They gave him a tip tax to do it. He did it and stuff like that. So that's just what he is doing. This guy's doing. That's why pretty much why he's in Fulton. But one of the biggest, he's the biggest. I think he's a billionaire too. Black. I think his last name is Phillips. But I gotta pull him up. But yeah, that's what he did. He goes to the government. A lot of his stuff didn't get approved. But he got a lot of approved in New York, in Florida, because he owns some places in Florida. The woman that who started BET with Johnson, she did that in DC. She did it in Virginia. But they all went through the government and did their real estate when it comes to development, when you're a developer. So
give it to me straight. What would he need now, let's just say, to get the school up and popping? He would need.
He could sit up. He could go and see. Delaware is different. I worked in Delaware. Know people. It's different. And that's why I said I will go through a foundation, the ones that's politically connected foundation. It's a lot of them. Matter of fact, it's a black one too. It's a 40 million guy. He's not living, but his foundation still do work and stuff like that. I will go to a foundation that's politically connected. They will get the balls running. They would definitely get the balls running. Because the reason why they would do it, because they know they will get their money back. Because they connected to the government to receive that money. Only thing you want to do, and they don't care about your political view. They don't care about what you say. Only thing they know is that money, that grant money
is transitioning. Okay. I'll let him know. If he gets the message, I'll definitely let him know.
You could go to Ed and Jeanette Weinberg. That's one of the biggest foundations in the world. As a matter of fact, he was a big time developer.
Ed and Jeanette?
Yeah. It's Ed and Jeanette Weinberg Foundation. And they one of the biggest foundation in the world. And they from Baltimore, matter of fact. He started here in Baltimore. But I would definitely talk to them and talk to other foundations in Delaware. Especially in Delaware, because Delaware is the safe haven when it comes to doing your LLC and your 510c3. Yeah, Delaware. Oh yeah, that's like a safe haven.
Andrew Jeanette.
Yeah, Jeanette Weiberg.
I will definitely. Oh, okay. National trial lawyers and wait. That's the. Okay, JJS, Jeanette and okay, I see where we're going. Okay. Well, I'll make sure to give him the message. And again, we still got time, and I don't know I don't know what he's doing at this particular time per se. He's always at the school, so we won't know. We will definitely know this summer what is up.
If they are working with you, don't leave, because you're an example of what can happen when the city is working with you.
Exactly.
I'm an example of what can happen when the city don't want you there.
Yeah.
Have you been to the Smithsonian National African American Museum
in DC? No.
Make sure you go.
I've seen it though.
You've seen it. I want you to visit it.
I will.
But the reason I'm bringing this up, I've been a few times, and you know that museum was built to a tune of $500 million. LeBron donated, Serena donated, a lot of Black celebrities provided matching monies. The reason I asked you about the museum is because I'm disappointed in the Smithsonian. Now, when you go there, you might say, why Dr. Umar got a problem with this? It's rich with information. Rich! You know why I got a problem with it? Because it starts in slavery and it ends in entertainment. So when you go through the tour, slavery, Civil War, Reconstruction, Jim Crow, civil rights. And do you know what's on the top 2 floors? Athlete, rap, and basketball. Michael Jordan, life-size statue. LeBron James, big screens of all his dunks. Serena Williams, big statue. Harriet Tubman ain't got no statue. No disrespect to Serena, no disrespect to LeBron, no disrespect to Mike. Who meant more to Black America? You three or Harriet Tubman? Where's Frederick Douglass statue? Where's the Honorable Marcus Garvey statue? I was insulted because our greats had no statues. And here you are worshiping celebrities and entertainers. Here's the message that it conveys. Because you know, everybody going to come to America to visit that museum. It looks like they was jungle bunnies in Africa. We enslaved them for their own benefit, but they didn't realize it. They fought to end the slavery through the Civil War. We then had the Jim Crow because they didn't know how to act. They fought against the Jim Crow. We gave them civil rights. And the minute they got their equality, they start making rap music, catching basketballs and dunking, catching footballs and dunking basketballs. No exhibit on the role of Black women in the struggle. No exhibit on the Black fraternities and sororities, not in the way it should be. No exhibit on the true Black freedom fighters. No exhibit on the Black inventors. Now, they may have them speckled through the exhibit, but I mean an exhibit. No exhibit on police brutality. No exhibit on school to prison pipeline. No exhibit on gentrification. Like the things, the cornerstone things that we have contributed or have suffered in this country from, not accurately covered in that music.
You know why that is? Because nobody gives a damn about history. That would be why. People often say, I got my money, get your money. I got my businesses, my small businesses, my C5, C3, whatever, how that goes. I got my businesses, get yours. It's like, how you get it? I don't know. Find out.
First of all,
50C13, by the way.
He might not. So first of all, that's why I was telling him to go through, the people I go through, because the person who did that museum is the guy who started Carlisle Group, which is a huge hedge fund. His name is David Rubenstein. He be on Bloomberg doing shows, right? He the one who was behind and got all those people like Serena. But LeBron James, this is what LeBron James did. LeBron James did not put money in the Smithsonian. He put his $2 million directly to Muhammad Ali, where Muhammad Ali is at. Because some people in there are getting paid residuals for being in there. Some people are not. Like who was the woman who said she said to her child and when it got Emmett Till. She's not getting paid. But Muhammad Ali is getting paid residuals from anything that comes into the Smithsonian. Let's be clear. Our tax dollars paid for every Smithsonian museum. The upkeep, the electric, everything in there. They are politically connected. David Rubenstein not only controls that, he also owns the monument, which is down the way from the African Museum. You see what he's doing?
That's not good.
Right. So every time money, and that needs upkeep. So what he does, he invested, he bought the monument, he invested it, and then the government gives him his money back. This is a new thing. This is all that's being done. This has been going for a very long time. They stopped here in Baltimore. They had a wax museum. They stopped that. They had a wax museum, and then they have another guy who he died. His name was, he owned the Beatrice Food Company. He got a great book too. He's an investor. He the one who revolutionized bond investments. But he had a historical African museum here in Baltimore. But the Black Wax Museum, people was coming from all over the country to see that. It was in a fireplace. They ended up buying the whole block, but they was blocked politically from expanding. And guess what? When they did that, that's the reason why you got that African Museum in DC. Because they stopped that. And they wanted people to go to that one. Because
remind me, why the fuck do we have mayors in the first place? Please remind me. Why do we have mayors? Why do we have governors?
No, people that come in, they're a puppet for the people that control them.
Oh, puppet. Puppet here. The word governor, of course, is to governed.
Right.
When you have people in positions like that, it's pretty much we will satisfy the people long enough for them to, number one, continue having us in office for another term or so, continue to put money in our pockets, and then everything else they're just gonna have to beg for. And pretty much, and I would like to say, y'all need to burn Baltimore down to the ground.
Dang, man, why you want to burn Baltimore down?
The way y'all have been treated, y'all need to burn Baltimore down. It's the same thing as Detroit. Y'all, the Chinese people are coming in and they're building casinos.
Where, in Detroit?
Yeah.
But it's not our fault.
No. It's not your fault at all. I'm just saying throughout the years how y'all been treated. And of course, how the Wire came about. They paint this perfect picture of how Baltimore truly is.
Right.
And they say, well, in this part of the city, it's all glitz and glamour. But if you go to this side of town, it's like you got to lock your car door.
Right.
You come outside here in Vegas, you can leave your door open.
Right.
Airbags, you can leave your door open. The only thing is coming in is flies.
Yeah, that's true. But you're talking about every urban, just about every urban.
Not every.
Just
not
about
every.
one. Which one is not?
Yeah, give or take.
Which one? I'm talking about a true urban neighborhood. When I say urban, I'm talking about neighborhoods like Baltimore, New York City.
Okay, define urban right now, because urban can mean one thing and it can mean another. Because two things could be right at the same time, right? But you have a community.
Baltimore. I'm talking about like Baltimore. The things that Baltimore, you got like L.A., Liberty City in Florida, Baton Rouge, things, major cities around the country. Just about every one of them is you'll see it's the same.
It's as far as poverty, drugs,
and politics,
murders, politics,
all of that. It's the same. The educational system is low. All this stuff has been institutionalized and controlled. That's why everybody see back here, everybody blames the teacher. Say the teacher is this and teachers that. Yes, it's some teachers that is not good, right? And some teacher that is good, but they never looked at how the system is set up. You gotta remember, a foundations control Baltimore City. Matter of fact, just about every city school system, a foundations or corporations control it, because they the one who gives the money. Look at
and they're the ones that change your books.
They change your book. Look at the HBCUs. They all controlled by politicians, by the state. And so, and we know the Vanderbilts and Rockefeller sits on Morehouse and Spelman's board. They've been there ever since it opened. So they control and dictate what's going on. I remember Omarosa, when she left Trump, and people was like, blah, 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 said this about her. But she said one thing, and I think people missed it. She said, when I was trying to give HBCUs the money, I wanted to go straight to the HBCUs. I didn't want to go to the middle people, then HBCUs. That's why Trump said what she was trying to do was illegal. Because what she was trying to open people's eyes. This is the reason why Koch brothers, one of the biggest corporation in the world, but I think it's in the United States, I think it's Cargill, then it's the Koch brother, the Koch company. Now these people put money into Thurgood Marshall and the United Negro College Foundation. For what? For what? Because they knew that money was coming down, especially when Trump raised it. That's money.
Oh, I thought he wanted to take funding out of them schools.
No, Obama, he cut it. Trump raised it back to where Bush had it.
And then what is Biden doing? Because I haven't been up on that.
I think Biden kept it the same. I don't think he didn't cut it. I think he just kept it the same where Trump had it.
Well, ain't nobody paying attention to his old ass because he's senile. But
well, the presidents really don't run the thing anyway. It's the people.
They don't run the country. No, they don't. Yeah. Your elitists do.
Right.
They're the ones that foresee everything.
Right.
They put these people in power to make it seem to believe they have the feeling and illusion of security, financial help, and all this other stuff. They're not really helping you. They're giving you a Band-Aid. This is one of the reasons why they gave you the stimulus checks and all that other stuff. But people seem to forget that all of that's coming out of your tax.
Yeah, it is.
All that shit's coming out of your tax money, fam. All of that.
But that was done purposely because the people who pushed that through, the corporations and the elites pushed that through because where are you going to spend that money? On their products. So it's going back to them. It's just a revolving door. They push the government to put that money out there, and everything you buy, you're going to get it from them. So,
Yep.
And and the corporations, they got stimulus. They got money. So.
Well, I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to transition to one of my good sisters that basically has a good channel. And like everybody has the same perspectives in as far as relationships and so. And I'll say this. If you are ego driven to the point where, let me pause this move. If you are ego driven to the point where you have to have the same conversation over and over and over again, women are responsible for, I would say 85% of what men are going through, then I'm like, where are we going? Where are we going with this? And this is why when Trish was here, Trish, she's doing a live right now. She particularly describes how your energy specifically drains the hell out of you when you have these specific conversations over and over and over again. And I say, okay, so that's a horizontal kick. What is the end all be all to this? How can we get to this place instead of just bouncing up and down of it? No one has an answer except for that one knucklehead that likes to say, women need to be feminine. And I'm like, so we have Emancipation Proclamation. We have everything. We have everything except for reparations. And people think that stimulus is reparations. No, the stimulus is not reparations, sir. They owe us trillions and trillions of dollars, and the only thing that you could come up with is a woman has to acknowledge you as a person. Okay. I'm that close to saying, screw the men talk, because we all are victims in society. We all are. There's not one day that goes by that each and every single day there's going to be a Mike Brown. There's going to be another Trayvon. There's going to be another Jordan Davis. There's going to be the boy that got shot in his freaking wrist for having a freaking toy gun, all because of some Karen calling 911 saying that he was pointing a real gun at houses. What the fuck is a 15-year-old going to do with a toy gun pointing at houses? Are we really doing this? And the boy got shot in his hand, or he got shot in his wrist.
Oh yeah. I think I seen that when you did that. A woman called the cops on him, saying he was pointing the gun at houses and stuff like that.
Yeah. Literally pointing the gun at houses. I was like, okay. He's a 15-year-old boy, and the only thing I can think of is Tamir Rice.
Yeah.
And his situation. Same situation, only difference is he was at a park. And one cop car pulls up, fires in the story.
Now, why did he fire? Did he fire at the boy because he pulled the gun out, or he fired at the boy because he thought he had a gun?
They came, and I didn't listen to the audio because I guess the video that I played, I guess, didn't have any audio. But he had the toy gun in his hand, and he was pointing it and just doing, he's 12 years old, right? So I guess the cop tells him freeze, and he didn't know what he was doing, so they ended up shooting him. They ended up shooting him. In this one, he ends up getting shot in his wrist.
Yeah.
And he's explaining to the police, it's like, my grandmother lives around the corner. I just came from, my brother's funeral, blah, 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 blah. They show the gun. And it is as fake as hair weave. It's just
they not going to see. You got why does he have that gun anyway?
Don't children play with toys all the time? And mind you, what black parent is going to give his son a real gun?
Oh, not a black parent won't, but I'm saying this. I wouldn't even give my son a gun like that. I wouldn't do that. Not why I see, just like you just brought up Tamir Rice and all those people. That is, and it's a shame that we have to do it, but you have to look at it that way to save your kids' lives. No, you're not getting that gun. You're not playing with that gun and taking that gun out and doing what he did. And he's just a kid, just playing. But you know how the system look at us. You can play that gun, but you can play that gun in this way. Because he said he had the gun because his cousin just got killed. Right?
Right.
So that means that gun looked real. Because he had it so people can think it's real. That's why he had that gun. And that's dangerous. That's dangerous.
Brother, we cannot continue to walk around with our heads held down and telling our children that they cannot play with a certain object just because it looks real to them. I could have a rubber knife in my hand, and everybody knows what a rubber knife looks like. If it ain't shiny, if the sun is not shining upon my actual real knife versus a knife that's so rubbery that's like it ain't gonna hurt nobody. And even with the knife, why do you have your gun out, sir?
Because
why?
We have to understand this. Where we live, how we live, where we live as far as black people. We have to understand that, yes, it's shiny. It's shiny to the other people, but to us, it's not. Only thing he knew that it was a black kid, whatever, or somebody with a gun and pointed at houses. And he had the gun because it looked real. I would not tell my son or any of my nieces and nephews, when you play with that gun, you play with that gun here, around here, the house. Don't you take that gun out there in the public neighborhood. No, not while that system, the cops has legal authority, because only thing they think, if they think they only have to do is think they under threat and they can fire the gun. No, you can't. You gotta know what type of environment that you in and act accordingly. Is it unfair? Absolutely. Absolutely. But you want to save your child's life. I would not have my son go out this house. Or if I had a backyard, he would not go beyond that backyard with that gun. Not in this society, the way they look at black people. No.
One question. Does he have a PlayStation?
Who? My son?
Yes, sir. Mm-hmm.
No. He don't have a PlayStation.
Okay. Well, does he have any type of game account?
Yes, he has a video game. Yes.
Is it anything that has to do with guns?
No, he plays Roblox.
Okay. I was going to say, if that's the case, he shouldn't be playing Fortnite.
No, he doesn't play. He don't play Fortnite. He plays Roblox, and this is another game, but it has nothing. It doesn't do with fire. But that's in the house, though. That's different from in the house. You're talking about something outside of the house and carrying a gun that looks real in a society that look at black people the way they do.
You have to look at certain things with a conscious mind,
right?
And you have to tell yourself, if you're willing to give, because of course. Right. We normally have our kids inside the house, right. And we should do like we used to do back in the day, where our mother and fathers used to kick us out and get us outside the house. Right. Now with all this freaking technology and all these video games and all these I don't know what you call them, virtual reality things that the obelisks. You get a whole bunch of obelisks and play them for hours and hours and hours. I know that because my son and my daughter used to do it all the time.
Right.
But my daughter's too busy with homework, so she's usually have her facing her computer all the time.
Mm-hmm.
But where was I at? Oh, if you look at what's going on versus what happened a couple of days ago, what do certain parents who have an old school mentality usually say to their child? Go outside and play.
Right.
A random boy, just minding his own business, and they own that house. That house is there. That's their grandmama house. Over here is the mama house. I'm in my backyard, minding my own freaking business. And then you're going to come up to my yard and say, this boy is bothering me. Because how are you bothered and you're walking your dog on the other side of the street?
Oh,
this is just a scenario. How long are we going to say, oh, okay, I get it, but he's just a boy. Oh, that's not a regular boy. That he's frightening me. All the Karens in the world, they're bothered by somebody who is 5 feet tall. Really, nigga? Really? Not you, the other one. Really? You're bothered by somebody who is 5 foot, what, 5'5", 5'6". What is the average 15-year-old boy? 5'5", 5'6".
But what? Well, I'm confused then, because are you saying that the boy was in his yard?
No, I'm making a scenario.
Oh, you making a scenario? Okay, I thought you were talking about the
because I said it before. I was making a scenario. So I'm in my backyard.
Right.
Let me say this. I had purchased a house.
Right.
Right.
Uh-huh.
In a fairly diverse neighborhood.
Right.
I get these idiots across the street looking, and I'm looking at my new property. I'm looking inside. I'm waiting for the realtor to go ahead and give me the key. So I go into my new property, and the guy looks at me and said, "You know that house ain't for sale." I said, "You're right. I own it." It's like, you own this property? What's your name again? Can we see papers? And this is in certain cities. I had to deal with that. I had to deal with that. And I usually tell people, mind your own business. Because I own that property, and I want my kid to feel the most comfortable as he possibly can. He doesn't necessarily have to play in the back. I mean, people would say, well, if he has to play in the backyard, yearly round, that's what he's going to have to do. Why?
Yeah, I think that I should not have to be confined to my yard or to that. Yeah, no, that's
Thank you.
That's taking it too far. You know what I'm saying? That's put me in jail, pretty much, where I do not want to be. I like my house, but I always want to be comfortable outside my house in the neighborhood, just like everybody else. So yeah, I definitely see your point in that. But you also must be aware, because there's consequences for everything. We also must be aware of what's going on within our neighborhood also. Because if you live in a neighborhood and it's mostly, like we know, like a lot of blacks do, that's their business. For them to do it, live in a predominantly white neighborhood, you know the consequences. Don't go there like, oh, everything is going to be peachy. It is not. That's not how the society is set up, and it's not there yet. And I think a lot of blacks do that. They go there and think, oh, I get along with them. It's not this, it's not that. And come and find out, listen, it is. It is like that. And you have to be aware and be conscious. You can't just take those things for granted and just put it off, or think just because you get along with 2 or 3 that the rest of them will get along with you. No, and then the one that you think you getting along is just doing that to see how you are, to see your movement, because they setting you up. So you just gotta be aware. Like that young girl years ago, she was going. Yeah, the boy was going over a woman too. Young girl was going over someone's house. She ended up missing, getting killed. Then a woman went somewhere, going out with, her girlfriends. They was all Caucasians, and she ended up getting thrown off the balcony. And they don't understand why. So we have to be aware of other society.
Thrown off the balcony.
Yeah, they didn't know how. Did she wake up? Everybody, they didn't know why. Then another woman, she was in the room. They don't know why she died. She wound up dead. So you got to be. Oh yeah, the college kid. It was one kid, black kid, went and hung out with Caucasians. Boom, he wound up dead. So you gotta be aware of who your environment, who you're around, because it could be society is not there yet. There's still a lot of people that want to do harm. I just posted one on my Facebook page. Young man took a 19-year-old girl, killed her, and then chopped the body up.
For parts.
So, this was in Texas. So
yep.
you have to be aware of what's going on. And is it unfair that we have to keep our eyes open and got to keep our mind together, or does the stress come with it? Yeah, it does. But this is part of the consequence. It's part of the game. I would not allow my son. carry that no play gun. No, you're not. Nope, not out this house and not past this yard.
Well, I mean, if my son was with me and he had it in his possession, I wouldn't allow him to take it to inside any store. However, he can play with it in the car or whatever. And if I get pulled over by a cop, I'll just tell him just to be normal, because I'll let the cop know, it's like, listen, my son has a toy gun in the back seat of the car.
Right.
He has a seatbelt on. Pay attention to me. It's not about him. It's about me. Right. I'm gonna have my license and registration and proof of insurance ready.
Right.
And on top of that, I will be having my Congress cards. I had to get my wallet, but let me go ahead and play this clip a little bit, because I can hear my young ones coming up the steps, and I'll be right back to you in a second, Brett.
Do more to help yourself out. That's what I'm saying on that whole show. I thought it was more in the clip that you, or especially because we're
So we're going to talk about that tonight to see if we can all come to some sort of common ground and try to get on the same damn page. We're going to try. Okay, so I want to start the show off. I want to start it off by we're going to talk about a show we did a couple of weeks ago in which Vanita and our friend Devi, who's at the bottom left of the screen, they were both on, and there was a conversation that sparked a little bit of controversy when I posted the clip online, mostly from men and on every social media site, TikTok, Instagram, Facebook. Men had something to say about this everywhere. So we're going to start the show off with that because Vanita wants to clarify some things she said that may have been taken out of context. So I'm going to play that clip. If you didn't see what happened, I'm going to play that clip so we can all see. Okay, 1 second. Hold on, guys. I have to go to my
Is that what you think? Pretty much. Oh, okay. Is that how you feel? At times, like the problem is they want to be the leader of the house, but where are you leading me to if you haven't shown me that you can maintain your own self and hold your own self down, but yet we're combining together, and every single time a big decision needs to be made, you want me to go off of what you said and you're not taking my idea into account? Where are we going? What are we doing here? Because clearly I've shown you that I've made more financial decisions than you have. So what are we doing? Now, mind you, the women didn't have a problem with the input of what he was saying. But when we're coming to the table, whose finances are going for, especially because we're talking day and age of nobody wants to get married, of course. So you're saying basically, Vanita, that in order to be the boss, the leader in the house, your pockets need to equal boss status. Is that what That's what I feel. Yes, that is what I feel. Okay, go ahead, Dee.
Okay, then Vanita, then you're going to be the boss of your own house without a man.
Woo! And that could be the case.
Okay. All right. Oh.
Yeah. How do I put this? Yeah. You have your own place, right? Of course, duh. Don't answer that. You got kids, right? Duh. Don't answer that. You're the boss in your own house, right? Duh. Don't answer that. Oh, you're married, right?
No, I'm not.
You got a woman, right?
Nope. I'm
Does
saying
he? Nope. Well, you have your own establishment. Everything's cool. You got your son. I assume that you're financially stable, correct?
Mm-hmm. Yep.
Where are we going? I mean, nothing against anything that they were talking about, but this is 2024. What are we arguing about here? I'm confused. We're talking about. I get it. We want to be. Women want to be married.
Mm-hmm.
Women want to be married. Men want stability. Men want respect. Men want to be king.
Mm-hmm.
But in order for you to be king, you must make sacrifices.
Mm-hmm.
I see a lot of these men, and I'm not men, I'm a man. I built I got my shit up in the mud years ago.
Mm-hmm.
And still grinding.
Mm-hmm.
But that's what we do in the land of white supremacy. That's all we end up doing, unless someone ends up smarting up one day and said, I'm not taking this shit no more, and they start handing out guns to each and every single black father, mother, and child, and they start marching and taking and doing what the Egyptians did, and taking back their land. But pretty much we're in a society where Willie Lynch has taken over our minds.
Mm-hmm.
And we're just going off fighting each other, brother against brother, young cat against old cat. Not all, but it's a majority of people in these small ass spaces.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know how long you've been around, bro, but it's coming to a head, but I don't know. In my opinion, we had been need to stop participating in these arguments last year. It's getting bad, in my opinion.
Which part is getting bad? You talk about
the marriage, the marriage part. People don't want to get married because they're so afraid that you're immediately gonna go to child support and get custody of the kid and all this other things, and you immediately defeated the purpose. You immediately defeated the purpose of being in a relationship, and this is men and women. You know what I'm saying? Well, where does I asked a long time ago? I was like, when does the positivity come in?
I think it has to do a lot because of the social construct that we live in. We have many things that's going on. Let's be clear. Let's like history and things like that. Players used to have be married but had the girlfriend down the street or blocks up. Depends on where area you live in. So it's a lot of things that went on in this social construct that we live in. A lot of women went through a lot. A lot of men went through a lot. It's like you said, the child support. A lot of men went through that. A lot of men have been taken advantage of. But a lot of women has been taken advantage of. A lot of women has been putting up with a lot. What has to be is, and a lot of it carry those emotions and they judge by those emotions. They start thinking every man is like that. Or
Right.
every woman is like that. And it hinders them from growing in a relationship because they still haven't let go of that past relationship due to the trauma they went through. And a lot of it has to do with that trauma that they went through. They haven't let go, they haven't healed from it. and it still continue into their relationships on both sides, man and a woman. They end up carrying that emotions of what they went through in the relationship they want to get into. And the first thing they think is the woman or the man, as soon as they start acting or did something that remind them of that past relationship, all that emotions come at that person all at one time. And that person didn't do it purposely. He didn't do it directly. He or she may have did it indirectly. It was something that they did at that particular time, and it didn't mean no harm. But the person who's making that judgment by their emotions, what they went through in that past relationship, sees it that way, and that hurts a lot of relationship. And this is one of the reasons why we're here today, because we so guarded, we so protected because of those past relationships and being taken advantage of. Is it understandable? Absolutely.
But in those relationships, the first relationship that didn't go well, you're supposed to heal from that relationship on your own.
Exactly.
But you're so driven.
Some people
say what?
Some people can't do it on their own. They need help. And a lot of times, especially within an urban neighborhood, a lot of times you get scared to ask for help. It's you know, it looks down upon when you reach out for help that in those states that you're in, especially the mental and emotional state. You look down upon because they like, yo, we went through all this trauma with the Jim Crow, slave, and all that, and you gonna let this little relationship carry you this way? Nigga, you put get up and move on. And a lot of the women used to tell their daughters, forget that man. What you need,
Right.
You get up, get it done because they did it. So they think that you should hold all that stuff in, get it, and move on. That's why a lot of, and this is on both sides, that's why a lot of people get caught up in their work and concentrate on their work because they still going through pain. So they indulge whatever their hobby, weightlifting or losing weight or doing this and doing that because they running from that hurt that they went through, and it's hard for them to deal with it. So they get into things so they keep that mind away instead of go and talk to someone and vent and release those stress that's upon you because those relationships, the emotional relationship that you just was in.
I guess that's the reason why we have, apps like YouTube and Rumble and stuff, so Negroes can express their emotions. And quite frankly, what I was specifically told, maybe the person I was talking to was wrong, I don't know, I'm just a messenger, but what I was told is men are not supposed to have emotions. Men are supposed to just strap their boots on so tight and go about their merry way. But here's the problem with that. You got killers out there too.
Right.
You got rapists. You got, psychopaths. What you call them? Not manipulators. Not misogynistics. What is the famous word that women use? What is the famous word that women use for men?
Masculine?
No, it's an N word.
Misogyny? What's that?
I'm misogynistic. God damn it! I'll think of it in a minute.
Okay. What say you, Vanita?
I say I still hold the same stance, don't get me wrong, but in order to boss up, I also stated, which you guys didn't hear in that video, is getting degrees. And when I said getting degrees, it's not just a degree. It could be a certificate. It could be a trade. You guys love CDLs. It could be that, as long as you make it go further. What I do know for men and women seem to get this, but I perceive men do not. When you're at 40,000 a year, I'm just throwing out a number that we also discussed on the show that day. When you start at 40,000 a year, you feel good about where you are. But the person that levels up and gets to 60, 70, 80 and more, you have more confidence in yourself. So at the end of the day, I'm talking confidence about yourself. If you feel like you can walk in the household and lead us with no problem, and you've shown evidence that you can, then that's a different story. But we all, to me, need to level up, do more to help your family. That's what I'm saying on that whole show. I thought it was more in the clip that you gave on pointers about the degree.
What'd you say?
Level, she talking about, who is she talking about? Like a person that feel, because she said if you start at 40,000, I get all that, but that's if the person wants to go that level up. Some people may be comfortable in the state that they're in. So is she talking about someone who's complaining and someone that doing this and doing that, but act like they make 40,000, but they act like they want to make 60,000 or 70,000, but yet they stand down there at 40,000. Is that what she's trying to say?
Well, there was a Pacific brother that said that I should feel comfortable in my skin making that much, and having that woman that he is with feel comfortable with him making that much money, and it shouldn't be a problem. I would say that's a slippery slope, due to the fact that, of course, you should want to level up. I mean, if you start off at 40,000 a year, that's cool for the first couple of years. But shit gets pricey and it gets dicey. And you would want to be stable. You want to be stable, not just for yourself. Not just for yourself, but you want to be stable for your woman that you're living with as well. Because a lot of women feel that, yes, please smash it. A lot of women feel that you living off them.
Well, see, but that depends on the woman. If you're making $40,000 a year, but you have a woman with a mentality that likes to grow, then you can't blame her for thinking the way she's thinking. That's the way she thought when you met her. Now you have to match up with the woman that will be, as far as think the way you think. That's when the Bible says equally yoked. If you get a woman that thinks at another path, it's going to be conflict, and you can't blame her. You can't disrespect her. She's on a different path. It's what you are, and by you marrying her, because on that path you have to be like, you know what, I understand. You know what I'm saying? And you have to understand that if she's on that other path and she's the type of woman that wants you to 40,000 to 60,000 to 70,000, you have to make up your mind. Oh, well, I don't think that we won't be able to get married or grow because I'm comfortable making a certain amount of money. I used to work with a guy. He was hit at a marble company, a granite company, and this man was tight. I'm talking about he had money, but he was tight. He'd get a used car, bring it to the shop, measure the top, measure it how far the car from the ground, did all the things before a used car. He was buying it for his wife. He was like, well, we get ready to send this car back. I don't think it's too much. It's inches away from the ground where it should not be. I think I'm hearing noise. She was like, no, I want this car. I want this car. But the thing was, this man was so tight. I'm talking about when we bring him a tool and we say this tool is broke. He said, no, this tool is supposed to last you for 2 years. Fix it. Or because I'm not buying another one. That's how tight he was. And his wife put up with it. And to the point is, but this car, she wanted it. George Lucas' ex-wife was he's tight. George Lucas, he's tight. I mean, he don't spend his money on nothing. And his wife, his first wife, was getting tired. She was like, I want a full refrigerator. He still got the mini refrigerator in the house. But hey, this is people.
A man's comfortable with whatever he's comfortable with.
But see, both parties need to understand who you get ready to marry, who the person's with. I think too many people spend too much time in what they want and not enough time in what they need.
No, they spend too much time doing all that bullshit.
That's in what they want. Too much. That's what they want. It's too much. It's a movie called Legion, and Gabriel was about Gabriel and Michael, and then at the end of the movie, Gabriel came back, and not Gabriel, Michael came back, and
yeah.
And Gabriel said, "Wow," he said, "Wait a minute, it cannot be. I gave him what he wanted," and Michael said, "That's why you failed. You gave him what he wanted. I gave the Lord what he needed." And that's why too many people spend too much time in what they want and not enough time on what they need. And that's just the reason why they're blind.
And a lot of people ended up dying in that movie too.
Yeah. And that's the reason why a lot of people ignore who they with, because they think, oh, you know what, I'll be able to put up with that. Come to find out you can't. You gotta understand who you with, because whoever you choose to be with, that's who they are. And they're going to grow like that. Or they may change, but that's throwing dice. That's shooting craps. And if you're willing to do that, you have to understand the consequences. If you don't understand the consequences, you're going to bring heavy burden on yourself and your partner.
That part.
And the money and all that. Because I didn't listen to the little clip that you played.
So basically, Vanita was saying that money provides men a confidence that if they don't have it, they bring BS into the relationship, because that insecurity shows in their actions. It shows in their actions
on everything that you do.
So that's why she believes that men need to have money when they come into the relationship, because it provides them a confidence that men who don't have money don't have.
We all know when you start off with zero coming out of your mama's house, you feel like you don't have it. But even when you make the 40,000, we all popping our collar like we doing something big. Well, it doesn't change when you go from that 40,000 up to that 60, 70, 80, as I said. You're going to continue popping your collar. You lack the confidence if you feel like your partner, definitely for men, if you feel like your partner is making more than you. Men do.
Natasha,
maybe
what do you
not
think about
all, but majority.
Natasha, what do you think about what Vanita said?
I kind of agree and I kind of disagree. So it really doesn't. I think I said this before. I don't think that the amount of money that a person makes give them confidence. I think it's how they handle the money. Because you can have a person that's making 40,000 and can really run the household and be a man, and maintain, take care of everything. Whereas you may have a man making 400,000 and he blows his money on stupid things, and still things are still not taken care of. So I don't really think it's about the amount of money that gives a man confidence. Because there's a lot of people out here that's making money and they're very insecure in being a man.
Okay, Chris.
Yeah, quite interesting.
I think that's true. I think that's true. I think both of it is true. I think both of it is true.
I've been making. Of course, when we're teenagers, we find little small jobs here and there, and we don't start making that much money until we're like 18, 21. But I don't think we just come out with nothing. We don't start. We start out with nothing. We start off with a little something. It's just the thing. It's like what the lady said. We blow it on dumb shit, not knowing that we're. This is where education comes in. If we had a program, right? If we had a specific program that would teach us how we should spend our money, and would say that all this other materialistic stuff shouldn't even exist in your mind, we would be millionaires by now. Either that or be like 6-7 figure people.
Yeah, right. That's true. I see your point, but that's why I said I agree with both, because there is some men that believe since they making the money, they do give them a high sense of security. And she said it's some men that has a lot of money but still be insecure. Yes, that's true, but they usually use the money to give them the security, so they won't feel insecure. That's why they go and make that money, because they had that insecurity. So they was like, well, let me go and make this money, because I know once I got this money, I'm going to be looked at different. So I think both parties of what just said is right. It depends on the person, the guy or the woman, but it depends on the guy. Some men use their money and they feel as though if a woman makes more than them, and that's probably because the way they was raised and the way they was taught, and it makes them feel insecure because this woman is making all the money. It's good for a woman to make less money, but it's not good for a man to make less money than a woman. And some men can't handle it, but it's also some women that can't handle a man making less money than them. They feel as though he's less than a man. Some women are like that, feel that way.
Money is, I guess.
That's how,
You think money gives a man the confidence he needs to lead?
No. Money doesn't make the man. Men make money. And whether that man makes $40,000 or $400,000, he's still going to be the man that he is. I think 50 Cent talked about this one time, and he said his grandfather would take his whole check and would give it to his grandma. And he said, he never understood it. He didn't get it. Why did he do that? And he was like, because he wanted his wife to know exactly what he made and to know exactly what they could do with it. And it was on her what she was going to do with it, but she wasn't going to come to him and ask him for something he couldn't provide. He laid before and gave her all that he had. So in that sense, despite whatever was on that check, he was still being the man in that situation and leading that relationship, but making that decision to give her financial hold of what went on in the house. And it has nothing to do with what he made. And a man could choose to do that, or he could choose to sit at the table and set the bills out and however it was going to work, whatever. But it has nothing to do with the amount. We are principally built, so whether it's 40,000 or 400, we still should be the same.
Okay,
he said we
Troy.
Still should be the same, though. See, I think he's not being honest. He's talking about certain men, yes, but it's certain men, and we all see it every day. It's certain men when they didn't have the money, they was cool. But as soon as they started making money, they changed. People gotta be truthful to what. I'm not saying all men like that, but there are some men. As soon as they start making money, and women too, as soon as they start making money, they change. They act different. But let's not say that money don't change men. Some men it does. Some men it doesn't. Like he just gave an example of a man that didn't. He gave his whole check to his wife. I've seen that a lot. But I've also seen men that was making money, but wasn't making that money. But as soon as they started making money, they was different. Just like what's his name? Which is a true thing. Meek Mill got that song called "Different Levels." There's level to this. We don't round the same cars. We don't drive the same cars. We don't have the same women. There's levels to it, and that's true. When you're in a certain level, you act a certain way. That's done, and people know it. He's not being truthful. He's not saying when he say no men act away. No, that's not true.
I mean, you work a 9 to 5. I mean, we're talking about regular people that work a 9 to 5. They ain't gonna. Most men don't even see 6 figures ever. I mean, and if you want to be truthful, it's like, yeah, we make whatever we make, and we'll be happy with it. We'll just be happy with it. But if we want to level up, we know what to do as adults. We can just go to school, find a program, and hopefully when we pass and we graduate, we go to a different level of thinking, as a different level of producing. We're going to produce something more than just a little tiny check that we get from we're working at Walmart, or we're working at Circle K, or we're working at Burger King. We should be done with all those things. Those are your very last resorts, right? Your very last freaking resorts. I mean, you should be a plumber by now. You should be a plumber, a carpenter, or something that, if you get around to it, you can make 6 figures becoming a HVAC specialist. You can make 6 figures doing that. You just got to participate, keep headstrong, and just do what you need to do.
But do they act? Do those same people that you just described, when they was working at Walmart, and then when they went to somewhere else, it was different. It wasn't the same as they was working at a Walmart part-time. If they went to like you just said, and went to someone else and started making that money, start getting that cheddar, start buying different things, they not acting the same.
But as black people, I mean, come on, are we used to money? Even in this late in the game, are we used to money now? I don't think we are. I don't think we know what is important to save up money. We don't know what it. I mean, we're the most consumers of money. Mm-hmm. Right or wrong? We just spend money like it ain't nothing over dumb shit. Mm-hmm. I mean, I would rather invest in stocks and bonds. And to be perfectly honest with you, if I knew then what I know now, and think about it, none of us were educated. None of us had that teacher or teachers to educate us again on how to spend money. If you're going to spend money on something, it better be something that you're going to get back. You're going to translate this money, so I'm going to get this much back at the end of the year. Mm-hmm. And then you don't have to worry about much. But they give women the education, and they give men just the scraps. think about it. Who does white supremacy fear the most? Black men or black women?
Man.
Thank you. So if I fear that you're going to level, if you're going to size me up and you're going to compete with me, then I have to put somebody else over you to compete with, to team up with me, so I can level it up with you, and I can get rid of both of you motherfuckers, men and women both, because they don't fear women. They don't fear women at all. They can give women all these, a corporate position, but guess what? You're still gonna do as I say, and not as I do. And I'm gonna leave your man hanging. So men need to stop being so damn facetious and start pointing the finger at a female, which females have nothing to do with our with a lot of this hypocrisy that goes on here in the United States and in other countries. They don't. They literally don't. We've been pawns from the very freaking beginning. So we just need this is the time right now. This is the time now for us to smarten up and level up, both of us, men and women alike. Because if this keeps happening, it's just like in the Bible, we're going to be in the wilderness and AI is going to take over, and they're going to have at least 40% of the jobs. That's what AI is going to do, is take over 40% of those jobs. And if you do not have a position in tech, you're not going to make it. And mind you, AI is taking over damn near everything. It's just not at 100% yet.
Yeah.
So I think.
Huh?
I said, yeah, that's true what you said.
I think confidence comes from competence. So it ain't necessarily coming from money. Normally, if you're competent and very good at something, you don't have some money. So I don't totally disagree with what she's saying, but it don't come from money. It comes from competence. It comes from you being good at something. Like if you can slang that wood real good, or you can be real confident too. There's a lot of broke niggas that can slang that wood real good and they want much confidence now. You know what I'm saying? So you ain't got to have money. You just got to be confident in something.
Why does everything have to predicate around sex? Why do we have to have sex all the time? What is going on? It's just like, oh, he was slaying that wood. I'm like, what the hell is wrong with people?
You see everybody smiling too.
Yeah, and I get it, bro. I get it. And some people don't even. There are people who don't get it, and people who don't get it on a regular basis, and there are people who get it all the time. Which one are you? I get it. I got it. But this is the reason why relationships rise and then they fall. It's because you just thinking about sexual exploitation, sexual intercourse, and you're supposed to even the playing field with intimacy. Yes, you're supposed to do that. And if your woman sees that, you can go a very, very long way. Like, no one pays attention to the old days, the days of old.
Right.
Where your great grandma was sitting there minding her own business and just sort of watching TV, and great grandpa come in and he has the firewood and he's putting it in the damn thing and talking up the fire, some shit. I don't know. And it's like, hell no, y'all can't stand talk to each other. It's like, I've been knowing this fool for over 40 years. What else is new? I like that. I like that. I miss that. I miss being, cussing. I miss great grandma cussing out great grandpa. It's like, I love that son of a bitch. I love that son of a bitch, but he gets on my damn nerve. He's been getting on my nerves for this long. But hey, that's what love would do to you.
That's
Ain't
true.
no love. Ain't no love no more. Ain't no love. I'm sorry.
Vanita, I blame women. We'll revisit that.
Like what?
Caesar.
But okay, Troy.
Caesar.
Yeah, I've dated women that made more than me, and I never felt less than. So it's just I think it's more of a personality and self-confidence thing. And I've had a better quality of life than some of them. I'm going back to what Lily said. It's how somebody spend it, so it's not an issue for me at all.
Okay. Lee Allison. You on mute.
I think that it doesn't, it could, depending on the man's character. But in my situation, I make more than my husband, but I don't make him feel like that. And he doesn't have less confidence because I allow him to feel like he is leading regardless of how much money he's making. So I don't think it affects their confidence.
Okay. Lou. You on mute?
Hey, good evening, everybody. How y'all doing?
Good.
Success breeds confidence. So whatever you're successful at, the confidence is going to come from that. As men, when we have money, it can make us feel more confident in the moves we can make as it pertains to women. And so, if I'm a person making 400,000, yeah, I'm pretty confident. Matter of fact, I'm probably over the top, right? If I'm making 400,000, right? My rationale, my understanding, my tolerance, my negotiations is all different. If I'm at 400,000, now can I be confident at 40,000? Yeah, I might be cool. I got a little apartment, got a little car. I'm maintaining things, and everything's cool, and I'm cool with that. But for some women, that may not be enough because she has aspirations of Dubai, Thailand, Aruba. Sound familiar?
Yeah.
Yes, it does. Thank you.
So I may not be able to get there, but that don't make me a bad man. That just means I can't.
We didn't say bad. Real talk. We didn't say bad.
But I may not be able to get that because I can't provide that. But I'm steady. I showed that I'm consistent. I showed that I can pay my bills. But I got
and you could do that with 40,000.
Right. I can do 40,000, but I may not be able to get the woman that's looking for the $100,000 man.
See, that's what I was saying.
I'm glad you said that.
See what he said? He said, see what he said? But he said, I may not get that woman that wants that. And that's why I think sometimes us men, we may want a woman like that, but we don't have the income or certain things that about us to get that woman. But then we end up like, well, she shouldn't be thinking that way. No, that's the way she think right now. If she think that's the way she think, that's the way she thinks. If she likes that, that's what she like. If she strives for that, that's what she wants. We can't put the woman down, just like they shouldn't put us down because we making, okay, I'm making this 40,000. If that's not enough for you, okay, it shouldn't be a disrespectful thing. That means you have to move on to someone that making more, or someone that strives to the point that you believe and want them to strive. But like he said, I'm content on where I'm at and my growth. And I may stay here or I may grow, but I may do it slowly or I may not. So I can't get those women would not be for me. And he's right.
Yeah, you get those people who have high expectations for for the person that they're with, and that's cool. That's cool and dandy and everything. But if you're already married to that person and he still makes about $440,000, that's a problem. Emotions are gonna run high.
Why? How? If he makes 40,000,
she's gonna want to. She may. Let me correct myself. She may be that type of person that wants to take extravagant trips all around the world.
But see, that's why he said. That's why he said that woman would not be the woman for me. And that's.
But I said they're already married.
Right, but see, that's something that that's the thing. Whatever he had from the jump, and whatever the type of person he was, that's why I'm saying from the jump, before you even get married, those things need to be talked about. Because if he's making 20,000 when they got married, those type of things need to be talked about and need for understanding. Is this type of man want to grow, or is he a person that grows slowly, or is he a person that comfortable as far as where he's at? Will he take a supervisor position? He probably won't. He probably, because a lot of people, I don't like that supervisor thing. I don't want to be a supervisor. I'm comfortable where I'm at. So if he's making 20,000, but he's going to get raises, and he may get overtime and stuff like that. Are you comfortable with that? Or what type of woman you are? Are you the type of woman like, this man need to get there because I want to go vacations, I want to go here, I want to do this, I want to do that. Either you're going to go get a job, or you're going to be content on where I'm at now and have to. It may come, it may not come. Those things need to be established before you even get married.
That's why I always often tell people, like, you just need to stay friends. That's all you need to do. I mean, if you want to be friends with benefits, then I guess that's fine. Go to your own desires content. But if you're already in a situation, then it goes from one end to the spectrum to the other end, and one of you is not happy, it's a problem. It's going to be a problem. So you're right. Communication is key. But I'm telling you, not everybody communicates. And if you are communicating, what the hell are you communicating? You communicating with your Johnson?
Right. There you go. Now that's a big thing, what you just said. That's wisdom. Because when you do communicate, how are you communicating? Like you just said, with your Johnson, or you communicating?
What are we talking about? What is the conversation about? What is the conversation going? Because we're supposed to have expectations together.
Exactly.
We're supposed to go vertical. I mean, of course, we got all these horizontal issues, and it's gonna be quite interesting. But as a couple, as a single person, it's going to be struggles there, but as a couple, you can accomplish much.
Mm-hmm.
You can accomplish a whole hell of a lot. Let's speed through this.
We'll revisit that in just a second. DV?
Oh, this brother here is funny.
Okay. All right. So to go back to the clip and that week where we had it.
Hold on 1 second, babe. Can all of y'all, if you're not speaking, can you mute your thing so we can't hear what's going on in your background? Thank you, everybody. Okay, go ahead, TV.
Yeah. So remember this: the scenario we used the $40,000. The conversation, because I want to get back to it, because all the points that y'all are making. it's a bunch of fluff, and I'm gonna just be honest with y'all. Y'all just make a bunch of fluff. We're talking about a man's ability to run a household. It has nothing to do with the amount of money. We just use that in the scenario I gave Anita. If you get your ideal man that you want in a man, and his only plot in life is he only is going to make $40,000. It has nothing to do with his ambition. It has nothing to do with his confidence. None of that stuff. We were just using that as a thing. You got one knock against him, and that's $40,000. And what we really ultimately got, and that I give Vanita credit for, is she admitted she would rather have a man that makes $100,000 versus a man that makes $40,000, right? And that's her choice, and that's always a woman's choice. But the point that was about that is, why does it matter what the man makes? I don't care what amount that he makes. If this man if he's good enough to be in a relationship, you to be in a relationship with him, then you should follow his lead, regardless of how much money he makes. So all this about a man being confident at $400,000 or $40,000, that's irrelevant, because money is only going to enhance who you already are. So I'm saying to ladies, forget about what the man makes. Does this man exhibits the qualities that you want in a man, that you can follow, that you can get behind this man, you can support him, you can cheer him on, and all these other things? Can you do that regardless of what that man makes? That's what my point was.
DV, but we can ask the same question. So let me ask you a question. What if God brought you the perfect woman with everything that you're looking for in that woman? The only difference is she's a size 20 in clothes and her cap is 20. She can't go below 20. Are you going to accept her and love her? Because she's loving on you to the fullest.
Well, she's not everything I'm looking for, because that's one of my first things.
Okay. Well, then listen, it's the same thing. Swap ain't no swindle.
No. I'm not.
It's the same thing.
No, well, listen. First of all, remember this. I told you, I gave you credit for admitting that man.
I know. I'm just giving you the opposite side of it, because men look for looks and women look for finances at the end of the day.
Let's be clear. Men the looks get our attention. We don't look for just looks. That's what get our initial attention. It don't take, all you got to do is be looking good for us for you to get our attention.
Hold on. Yeah. No. I admit, back then, it was looks then, but if she didn't have a brain, you can look fine. You can look Halle Berry fine. You can look Kerry Washington fine. But if you as dumb as Candace Owens, I'm not talking to you. I'm not talking to you. If you dumb as a bag of, if you look like Grace Jones in the face, but you don't resemble some type of intelligence and decency, I'm not speaking to you. And the 40 again, this 40,000 kid, I'm not. Oh, okay. A man can make 40,000, but can be a hustler. Can a woman take a man making that much when he gets his taxes back? It shows that he may. My math sucks, but he's a hustler overnight, right? He makes his money outside of his regular work job. Some women are gonna have to accept that. That's just it. Unless you hit the freaking lotto, Which somebody hit that $1 billion this week. I'm just saying, you're just gonna have to contend with what the man.
I think he's not actually listening to himself, because he's making a circular argument. He commend her for saying $100,000, but then he say for saying that she'd rather be with a man with $100,000. But then you say, but it shouldn't matter if you make $40,000. Yes, it should to a person who wants you to make $100,000. It should matter. But I understand his point. That doesn't mean that you're not a good leader or you couldn't lead a household. Yeah, you can lead a household with $40,000. You can lead a household. But to a woman who wants $100,000, no, it's in a different level, different plateau. Can you make $100,000 and be the same type of leader that you was at 40,000? I see your point. Yes, I see your point on that. Absolutely. It's just like if a woman was with you and she was making $20,000 and you're making 40, yeah, you're a good leader. But if she is surpassing you,
Brother.
what type of mentality is it going to be then? Or you going because the leadership leadership may not look the same because it depends on how you was leading that household.
Brother, I've been with my woman for 24 years. 24 years. I make more money than her. Yet she's gone to Rome. She has gone to Paris, Italy, Israel. She's been around the world. She's been everywhere except for Sweden and Africa. Okay? With her money, she usually just saves up money and those trips are not cheap.
Right.
I make more money than her and I have to pay the bills.
Right.
I haven't been overseas yet. I need to get my passport. But it doesn't bother her. She can do whatever the hell she wants. It doesn't bother her. As long as she is making what she makes. And if she is comfortable in saving that much. I mean, I dabble in it a little. I give her a little bit here, a little bit there, so she can go on that expensive trip. However, she makes the money to do those things like that. Just if I want to go somewhere, I have the money. I have the ability to go somewhere. All right? It's all about working together. It's all about working together. You're as one. You're as one unit. And if you can't do it with just the two of you, and granted, I give them props. I give women props. They go ahead and make their money, and they do what they do, right? But doesn't it get lonely sometimes? I'm just saying. Doesn't it get lonely?
That depends on the woman. A woman's emotions can be comfortable in all the things that she wants. When I said people spend more time in what they want and not enough time in what they need. A woman can spend all the time in what she wants and be comfortable. She can spend 90% in her wants and 10% in her needs. And she's just there just to get her thing and boom. And she's back to full time in what she wants. And be comfortable with it. She don't, and that's why you see a lot of women going overseas, taking pictures of their food, taking pictures of the trees and all that, because they are comfortable in what they want. A woman can be comfortable in there with and have no worries in the world. Now, sometimes, at times, do they feel lonely? Yeah, but they just go and say, shoot, yeah, I feel a little lonely. Let me go take this trip and get over this emotion that's about to come. Or they may go get whatever they need from a man and go back to what they want.
Hey, these Negroes act like they gonna meet Dexter St. Jock or some shit. Come on, man. They ain't that type of poet. You know how expensive to go. You know how expensive that is to go see Mr. St. Jock. You know how expensive that's gonna be.
Which
you gonna have to wait next year.
Which place? Because it's not expensive. It's not that just you see those because I know the travel agencies. You got to see these girls nowadays. It be 6 or 7 of them saving our money together so they can
Dubai.
Huh?
Dubai. Have you been out to Dubai?
Yeah, a lot of women go over there, but they save their money to go over there. They save that money. And all these women that go over there, they are fully into what they want. They don't need to be in. They don't go over to what they need. And if it is, it's only about 5 or 10 minutes, an hour, or something like that, whatever. That's it. But they will work together. And like my sister and my aunts and them, they work together with their friends and say, yeah, we get ready to go over here. We get ready to go over there. None of them got a man.
Okay, I was about to say, because if they did have a man, most men would have a problem with you taking these little girl trips. And then,
yeah, that's true. Some of them, some men would, some men. I used to live
out too many sensitive people in these here sectors, man. Too many of them.
Street. This woman used to babysit my son. She was, and her husband, they used to do separate trips. She goes with the girls, he goes with the guys. And then one part of the year they go all go together. But they go with the girls go out and the guys go out.
No problem with that. No problem with that at all. But are they thinking Are they thinking rationally, or are they thinking with their Johnsons?
Yeah, now that's a different story right there.
I'm just hey, I know how I am when I'm with my homies. I know how I am. I'll tell you, I'm simple. I go out and I was like, hey, let's go out here. Like, okay, we go out here. Mm-hmm. In about an hour, I'm ready to go home.
Right.
Because it's like, I'd rather play with my kids. I'm getting a little too old in the tooth to be hanging out. Now, let's just say, I live in Vegas, right? Let's just say, I don't know, Twister was in town. I hang out with Twister a little bit. Because he cool. He naturally cool. Hang out with Charles Oakley. Hang out with, all these famous celebrities who come into town because it's a big program or whatever that's in town, like All-Star Week. And they come into town, we hang out with them for a little bit, and then we cool or whatever. We see a couple of girls coming here and there. I mean, they cool with us, we cool with them. No funny business, we straight. Mm-hmm. The girls, oh God. Now, my wife doesn't do this, but let's just say she was on a girl trip with her girlfriends. Mm-hmm. It's a little different, but let's just say one of her friends sees a guy or whatever, is talking at her, flexing his muscles or whatever, flexing his ego. Mm-hmm. They might tell her, girl, you already got a man at home. You need to cut that out. All right? As long as we have responsible people with us, because you gonna check me, and I am pretty confident that everything's gonna be okay. The same thing with, my wife and her girlfriends. She's going to end up checking somebody. They're going to end up checking her, and then everything's going to fall into place.
Yeah.
It's just as long as you don't have that one individual that's going to mess it up for everybody. Right? Get drunk, get stupid, and dress, inappropriate, which I don't even know what the inappropriate is nowadays. I don't know. I don't know anymore. I don't know. People might say inappropriate is having your titties out. I mean, women have, nice little cut shirt or whatever. So nice, I guess. Doesn't bother me. I mean, if I want to look at a pair of titties, again, I got this one in the living room. Like,
right.
This is all depending on who you hang out with.
That's true.
Now, what men really want, none of the men are addressing it, and I hope these guys would address it. If they would tell you what they really want from women, a lot of y'all are not ready for what we're going to tell you what we want from them.
But you've already said what you're saying that you guys want is a look at the end of the day to start it off. So again, if God brought you, the same thing you said to me, if God brought you everything in that woman except for the look, you just said, no, you wouldn't accept it. So it's the same thing. It's the same thing. We have choices just like you have choices.
What is our disagreement here? What is our disagreement?
I think what attracts you and what keeps you are two different things.
That's right. That's what I'm saying.
Initially for a man, I think looks do attract a woman, but at the end of the day, those looks are not going to keep that man happy with that woman. It comes with a lot of things. And also on the flip side, if you meet a man that's making $100,000 a year, that's not going to keep you. But maybe the man who makes 50, 60, 40 might have all the other things that are going to keep you, and then you work together to build both of you. I think that's what happens.
Well, he's saying that the cap, because what kept getting me in the whole conversation was the cap is 40. Yeah, you guys just said build. If the cap is 40 for him, there's no building.
Right. I heard
that. Even in that, remember, I gave you your cap was 60. So in that, why couldn't you guys come together and work with what you had?
Because you stated in that conversation that the cap was 40 and he couldn't go beyond 40.
Yeah,
that's what you said in the clip.
His cap is 40. His cap is 40. Your cap was 60. Combined, that's $100,000. You mean to tell me just because this man makes $40,000?
But why does he have a cap?
Wait a minute. You're missing the point. In the scenario, you're not going to make any more money than $60,000, right? That's your cap.
I wouldn't have a cap either. DV, I wouldn't have a cap either.
Wait a minute, hold on. Does everyone else understand what I'm putting out right now?
I think what the issue is that what you're saying to us is unrealistic, because what situation would you be in unless it's a health situation that a man couldn't strive to make more than 40,000? I think what Benita is saying is that in a realistic situation, no one is stuck at making anything unless they stuck there because of physical or mental abilities. So I think that's kind of a unrealistic scenario to us, because we're sitting here saying, wait a minute, what's stopping this man from striving to make a little bit more? But
it's just a hypothetical. Let's say he was slow.
Wait a minute, what'd you say, Troy?
He said it's a hypothetical. So why doesn't my hypothetical work then, Troy?
Because he's trying to see what you value more than something else.
So am I doing something different than that by asking the same exact question about the woman with the looks?
Let me ask this. Let me pose this question to the panel. Let me pose this question to the panel. I'll start with you, Troy. Is it fair that women place money on finances just like men place value on looks? Is that fair? If men can have a looks and weight preference, wouldn't it be fair for women to have a money preference?
Yes.
Okay, Caesar.
at the end of the day, I think DV have like an idealistic point of view or love me for me. That's not the real world we live in. And at the end of the day, if you know you like a certain lifestyle or certain things, you should be able to afford it. And if that's not the person you need to be with, you need to be with that person who falls under that cap. You know what I'm saying? And men don't have to deal with an overweight woman if that's not what he wants, but he should be able to maintain what he desires. At the end of the day, we all paying for what we want, and that's just the fact of it.
DV, would you like?
What's wrong with an overweight woman?
No, but I see what he did. What Caesar said is perfectly. He said that was wisdom, because you don't. If I see now what she is saying, and I see what the guy DV is saying too, but he trying to bring it down. He was like, "What does it matter? You work together," which means settling. He's trying to get the girl to settle. But if she doesn't want to settle us, and if her mind or if her heart is hardened on this level, then that's the way it is. You shouldn't fault her or disrespect her or whatever. That's just the way, like he just said. If that's what she wants, that's what she wants you to strive for. That's the type of woman she is. You the type of man you think the woman should settle or whatever. And if the woman does, okay, good. If she doesn't, then you just have to separate, and she go her way, you go the other way. But I do see her point. If you want to say you're not going to settle for a big woman, then you should see my point saying I'm not going to settle for a man making $40,000. That she was absolutely right on that. I see her point on that.
Like to respond to Caesar?
Yeah, sure. So first of all, a man's cap. You all are saying that that's not realistic. It is, because you have people who currently are in careers. They're capped at whatever money they're going to make. That's a realistic scenario. The other thing is, and when Caesar said that a man, what was it that you said, Caesar, about
a man pays for what he wants, and if whatever your preference is, it's in line with your quality of life.
Okay.
We like an attractive woman that may comes with this standard. If we scale down, it comes with this standard. And there's nothing wrong with a woman who's looking for a man who is within her means. If not, if I ran around like, oh, women should like me because I'm a good guy and this, that, and third, that's just not realistic. That's not the world we live in.
Right. So my whole point was never about what a man's preference or a woman's preference. I even said, if Anita is saying that's what she's looking for in a man who makes $40,000 can't lead her, then that's her take on it, right? I didn't say that. What I was given the scenario of saying is, why does the man's money determine whether he can lead a household or not? Just like if we're going to talk about a woman's looks, and a man, if my preference is that a woman looks a certain way, right? Does that take away her ability to run a household?
Well, as long as you can pay for a roof over your head, any amount is fine. If that's what you're saying on it.
Well, okay,
any amount is fine if you can keep a roof over your own head.
Okay.
That may not be the individual's preference.
I'm asking for a straight answer in if the woman is out of shape, she's huge, what I would consider huge. Does that change her ability to still run a household?
No.
Her look, no. Her look, no. Well, it depends on how big she is. Health-wise, maybe, but overall, can she maintain a household? Yes, she can.
Okay, so and in that, I could even say, well, she can change her weight. If someone is working in
but can she? Because we just said it was a cap. Because you said it was a cap. So why is the cap getting thrown out of the window now?
No, because that's something that she has control over. A man that's only going to make $40,000, he has no control over that.
He does. Why does he? I don't.
He's hurt.
I love Benita.
Yeah, she's hurt.
She reminds me just like my cousin.
He's making his argument. He's not listening to. He's trying to force his argument, his what he is saying, and not listening to what they are saying. That's why he's making a circular argument, because he's not listening. He's saying, okay, what does have that anything to do with the household? Yes, but a house, also a part of a household, is to strive to make more money. That's part of a household. Now, that may not be part of your household. Your household, you may be content of at a certain level. That's your household. But also you have to give props to a household that strive to make more as what the woman wants. And the man wants that too, that she probably will be with, wants to strive to make that 100,000, to make that 60,000, whatever. That's what but he thinks that she is saying that a man is not a leader. And that's not what she's saying. She's just saying he's a leader. She just wants a leader that strives to make more. Does that make him a lesser leader or a greater leader than a man who's content? No. It's just one just making at one level, and one is at another. They just doing different, but they both leaders.
In today's age,
yeah, they both leaders. The king in Saudi Arabia is the same as, and the king in Dubai. Who's greater?
No, you can't use that. No,
not
gonna allow you to do that. No,
they both leaders.
No. I'm not gonna allow you to use that. You know why? Because if it doesn't apply here in the United States of America, a man and a woman striving like them? No, that's unrealistic.
Okay, a man who this like he said, a man that makes $40,000.
I'm just kidding.
A man who makes $40,000 a year down south is no different than a leader up north that's making $80,000. Only thing they go about it is a different way as far as what ceiling they want to approach. That's just like saying those people down in Mississippi.
But
why are they sitting down in Mississippi? Why are those people sitting down there in Mississippi? The way Mississippi government treat the people down there, the black people, why are they sitting down there? What they don't want to work, they don't want to strive, they don't want to do this, they don't want to do that. What? Are they different than us up here, up north? Are they different than you in Vegas? As far as what they want to do?
No, but the insecurity is there. The insecurity is there as far as we do what we have to do down here to survive. Up here, up north, we're making money hand over fist, but the thing about it is we're miserable. Some of us are miserable, or I should say most, because up until 2023, I have never heard so many miserable Negroes in my life. It is unbelievable how many live streams I've listened to throughout 2023. Now going into 2024, have I heard miserable Negroes in my life complain about similar situations or worse? I have never heard it. But to your point, here is the thing. If I go to Dubai, again, I go to freaking Dubai and I meet the king and the queen, guess what? The queen don't have to do anything. All she has to do is sit. The king has built a foundation for his family, and build a foundation for basically all to see. And this is the reason why he can make his own rules.
He can make his own rules, but Dubai and Saudi Arabia, right, always try to outdo each other. Because they said Dubai is like America over East. But Saudi Arabia, right, they got all the money, got lots of money. The people in Dubai got a lot of money, but they don't got as much as the one in Saudi Arabia. Matter of fact, the power was even different.
Did you see their countries?
Wait a minute. I'm talking about as far as income. They do not, Dubai do not have the money that Saudi Arabia has.
How do you know?
Because as far as the oil contracts that they got, is more oil fields and more money coming from that oil in Saudi Arabia than it is in Dubai.
You lying mother. Hold on. You see this shit right now.
They have more royal families in Saudi Arabia. You see how big you see how big the Saudi Arabian family is? Like 10,000 of them.
You lying. Have you seen that country?
Yes, it's a beautiful country. But let me tell you, they don't have the money. I'm talking about the money. So you see the Ritz Carlton in Saudi Arabia?
Saudi. Okay. Who is richer? Who is richer? There we go. We gonna find out who's richer, goddammit, because I've seen freaking Dubai. According to Global Wealth Report 2023, Saudi Arabia has a total wealth of 2.26 trillion as of 2022, while UAE, I don't know what UAE is, and
United Emirates.
United okay.
Emirates or something.
Okay, all right. And Egypt have a total amount of 1. We don't even have that.
But who's at the top?
Okay, they made.
Who at the top?
Hold on. Wow. A difference. Let me see. Let me get this freaking calculator up. Let me see. 2.26 2.26. That's a $1 million difference. Ooh.
Between who?
Okay, between Saudi and Dubai, whatever. Wow.
Where is
wow. A $1 million difference.
It's 1 million or 1 billion?
Excuse me, I'm some billion. A $1 billion difference.
That's but where are they at? Where are they at?
They ain't broke. My point is they ain't broke.
No, my point. But listen, where is Dubai? Is what? How many trillion?
Yeah, Dubai. Therefore, Saudi Arabia is richer than. Okay. Okay. Saudi Arabia makes 2.26 trillion, while basically Dubai makes Arabia, or whatever that place is richer than Dubai, which is a total amount of 1.24 trillion.
That's not a whole bit. That's a whole trillion. That's a whole trillion. That's just about a whole trillion. And you say you got two countries that's mixed up together. That makes that's
yeah, you might be right on that one.
Yeah.
Hold on. Yeah. Hey, I'm still going to Dubai, damn it. I'm still going to freaking Dubai. I don't care what people say. I don't think people want to go to Saudi Arabia right now.
Yeah, I understand going to. Yeah, that's that. I'm just saying they are richer.
But all they do is ride camels. I
Oh.
guess. I don't know.
Man, you see that
Oh,
city? You see what they got in Saudi Arabia?
I
Man.
seen the city. I seen the freaking city. I mean, it ain't Africa, but I'm just saying, it's like, but the rule, what I'm tripping on is they can make their own rules because they built that city brick by brick by freaking brick, and the youngest sibling has to start over.
Mm-hmm.
They're gonna get the son, the other son, and they're gonna get the youngest sibling. It's like, okay, you gotta start here, bro.
Mm-hmm.
From jump. You gotta start here from the ground up, and you gotta build for your kids and your kids' kids. That's how it's started. They make their own rules and their own civilizations, and I seen their places.
Yeah,
I seen their mansions.
I know what you're saying. That you're right about. I mean, the places. I mean,
why do we have a Saudi Arabia here? Why do we have a Dubai here?
That Dubai is considered United. They call it the United States of the Middle East because that's how, and a lot of things that they do over there. And how it is over there. That's what they call it, the United States of the Middle East. And they real close ties with US. But I think both places are nice, to tell you the truth. But the point is, Saudi Arabia is rich and Dubai is trying to catch up. They trying to get there. Even because that's why Saudi Arabia is taking over Yemen. That's gonna be more money for them.
Jesus H. Christ. That's a long flight there. Well, no, yeah, it is, because I thought Dubai was in Africa. I was like, we're going to Africa. No, it's in, I don't even know where that's from. It's in the Middle East.
Yeah, it's over there.
You get caught up with that shit out there.
Yeah, it's over there by Iran. I think it touches Iran and a couple other Middle Eastern countries. Dubai. Yeah, it's over there. Mm-hmm. Then I think Saudi Arabia is a little ways up, and then you got Yemen, all of them over there.
And you can't. There are certain things. What are one of the rules again?
In Saudi Arabia?
No, in Dubai. What are one of the rules again?
Oh, I don't know. I don't think their rules is their rule. I don't think their rules as strict as like Iran and Saudi Arabia. Saudi Arabia, they under Shia law. What's it called? Sharia law. Mm-hmm. They under that. I think they under that. I don't think Dubai is under that. I don't think Dubai. I think that's why they call it the U.S. of the Middle East, because I don't think their laws is as strict as the rest of those countries that you're speaking of, like Saudi Arabia, Iran, different places like that, who's under different laws. Dubai is not like that. Like when that girl, remember that girl who got in trouble over there?
I was about to, yeah. And she ended up in jail for a couple of months.
Yeah, but that was over Saudi Arabia though, right?
No, that was in Dubai.
It was in Dubai?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
She yelled at somebody and she got arrested.
Oh, okay. Okay. So
Like,
I think Dallas
you
Austin
got arrested for yelling at someone?
Yeah, you can't do that in public like that. Yeah.
Like, I understand a warning, but I wonder how they deals are.
Now I think she went over because usually they don't do that to U.S. citizens, but that particular I think she went she went too far with it, and because she's been over there plenty of times. That's why I think she probably actually did it, because that wasn't her first time being over there.
She got Jesse Jackson to try to build out. Man, this has been
Jesse Jackson. Oh yeah, because Jesse Jackson got those one people out of what they was. Okay, yeah.
freedom fighters and soldiers or whatever.
So you see what happened to Dallas Austin? You ever see that interview he said when he was over there and he was locked up?
No.
Yeah, he was locked up because it was he had some opioids in his thing. But I think it was opioids. And they locked him up because the leader just passed a law because his son was addicted on drugs. So he passed a stringent law over there. And Dallas Austin ended up getting locked up. He was locked up for about 6 months to a year. And his lawyer was like, don't talk back. Don't say nothing about the government, because if you do, they're going to keep you in there. So his lawyer tried to go to the Democrat Party to try to get him out. They turned him down. The whole Democrat Party turned him down. So he goes to Lauren Hatch. You know who Lauren Hatch is? He's one of the he was one of the big wigs in the Republican Party. And the reason why Lauren Hatch got him out, because Lauren Hatch found out, he writes songs. He's a producer. Lauren Hatch wrote songs for the Seventh-day Adventist Church. Most of the songs that they sing, Lauren Hatch wrote it. So he was like, oh man, he's a songwriter. So he seen someone that had something in common. He wrote the things that's needed to get Dallas Austin out. And Dallas Austin got out after that. Lauren Hatch. Yeah.
Nice. And he was from the Republican side.
Yeah, he's on Lauren Hatch's The Republicans.
Now you know what they're going to have him do, right?
Yeah. No.
We bailed you out.
But it was crazy because he said the Democrats, he said his lawyer called all the Democrats and they was like, well, he's over there because of drugs. Oh, we don't want no part of that. They even went to the Black Caucus. They turned it down. I said, oh my goodness. But yeah, Lauren Hatch.
Lesson learned.
Yeah.
Lesson learned. All right, we about to get up out of here. Definitely appreciate you for stopping by. Any last words for the people?
Yeah, just appreciate you inviting me up, let me come up, man. It's always a pleasure coming up, shooting wisdom and knowledge.
Yes, sir.
I'm glad you're back and up and running on your channel, because we need people like yourself, to help us get through tough times and trials and tribulations and things that's going on in the hood. We need places that we can come and vent and talk and build on wisdom to help us out and help us through the tough times, because that's what we need, especially in this day and time and what's to come and things that's going forward. We need unity and we need information, because information is power. So it's good for platforms like yourself to bring different topics up for us to talk about and build on that wisdom and knowledge and take it with us and use it and prosper within this society that we live in. So much
I try my best. Appreciate you. But you definitely take care of yourself and come back anytime.
Okay, brother. Peace out.
All right, take it easy. And you as well can come back anytime you like to. As long as we're up and running, as long as we're doing the damn thing. We-On-Loc Nation will always be around to give you some good topics. Sometimes we got to get a little bit messy, just a little bit messy. But at the end of the day, we're trying to build and build together. And one day we're going to take it out into the streets. And when we take it out to the streets, that's where the real work begins. This is We-On-Loc Nation, signing off. Oh yeah, I do forget sometimes. Like and share, subscribe to the channel, and if you like our content, please become a member and become a member of the We-On-Loc Nation crew. And I will definitely give you some good peace, some good perks. And of course, if you like to be kind and donate a little, dues and views, here and there, like dollar here, dollar there. All right, we cool. We out.